But yeah, good morning, everyone. So today, I think it will be less formal than yesterday, so it will be more intimate. So we encourage you also to take the seat up front so that you get closer to the stage. So today we will have a series of dialogues. So first we will discuss public finance sectors, and then later on we'll have the private finance perspectives also being discussed. So yeah, I think without further ado, I mean, let's hear from our moderator, my colleague, Mr. Anshuman Saikia, who has also moderated one session yesterday. And we are fortunate because this session is very interesting. It's also joined by some colleagues from GCF. So yeah, over to you, Anshuman.
Thank you very much, Satrio. So the session, as Satrio mentioned, is on investments in climate actions and nature-based solutions in the Asia-Pacific region with perspective from public finance actors. So we have three countries, the three relevant countries, plus international public finance perspective from GCF. So first of all, I'd like to invite my colleague Shizuka-san, Senior Program Officer in BS Finance, to start with some introductory remarks, words of wisdom.
Thank you, Anshuman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for those of you who joined the networking event yesterday. I hope you had a good rest. So just to kick off this first session of the second day, and I hope you will this will get ready up and running for you for the day two, and hopefully you will have an active discussion. I will also invite you to, during the coffee break, maybe if you want to come closer to the stage, please do so. So just to kick off this first session, I'd like to briefly set the context. So as we discussed yesterday, we talked about the very large climate finance gap that we need to fill in. We also talked about the biodiversity finance and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, where we agreed that we need to mobilize funding for developing economies by annually $30 billion by 2030. We also have large gaps in terms of nature-based solutions finance. So we're talking about looking at 600 billion US dollars globally by 2050-30. And so therefore, the big jump in financing is needed, and it is very clear that public finance alone cannot do this, and we definitely need a private finance as a key component of achieving this finance goal. We also talked about mobilizing private finance and what are the barriers. So thank you, colleagues, for contributing to this discussion yesterday. Many of you have highlighted the policy and regulatory framework. There is also a macroeconomic constraint in mobilizing private finance. And we also talked about at the project level, there needs to be attractive rate of return, risk return profile for the investors. And also there was a discussion about the lack of bankable project pipelines. And there is also a need in terms of climate and NBS actions that there needs to be high upfront cost, and the capital is needed to cover such cost. So, and then obviously there are financial instruments that can be used to bring those barriers up and to clear those hurdles to get to the enabling conditions. So financial instruments, we have debt, equity, guarantees, bonds, and also grants. But I think we have this theory, and now it's time to kind of move on to the practice and really see from the experiences what works and what doesn't. So there's a lot of learning to be done, and this is why we're here to share the country experiences and learnings. And one of the ways to mobilize this finance is the blended finance, the mixing of concessional and non-concessional finance, and the leveraging the effect of the public finance to de-risk and improve the rate of return on investments, and at the same time to support the development of project pipeline. And that is part of what SCF Equity Fund and technical assistance are doing. And there is also increasing call for strategic use of public finance because public finance is scarce. So we should be directing those resources to more into areas that really need this leveraging effect and not into the areas or markets that is already established and there is less need for public finance to set up the private sector to come in. So there needs to be a concentrated use and strategic thinking on collective thinking on where to direct those scarce resources. And finally, I want to also highlight the question about the role of national finance institutions. The report on the blended finance that is published every year by the blended finance learning platform Convergence highlighted that in their database analysis, there has been a very limited involvement of national finance institutions. And then there's also another report by the Climate Policy Initiative that mentions that very few of the largest national and subnational development banks have enough set the climate goals or climate finance goals or mitigation goals. So there is a need to strengthen the mandate of those national and subnational financial institutions and also increase the capacity and improve the access to finance. So on the first day in the opening speech, the ADB had also highlighted really the need for involvement of those national and subnational entities to take more active role in those finance. And that, I think, is what we're looking forward to hear in this session. So thank you, Anshuman.
Thank you very much, Shizuka-san. Now I have the honor and the privilege, I feel like a moderator in an IMF or World Bank meeting, of inviting three central bankers, fiscal policy colleagues. So first of all, I have the honor and privilege of inviting Mr. Vibunrit Long, Director of Exchange Management, Co-Head Sustainable Finance Working Team, National Bank of Cambodia. Please come and be seated. Then Mr. Devendra Narayan, Manager Domestic Markets, Financial Markets Group, Reserve Bank of Fiji. And thirdly, Mr. Mohammad Zainul Abedin. Please excuse me if I've pronounced your names wrong. Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Government of Indonesia. And I'd also like to acknowledge our online participants. I think today I sit in the middle, and we unfortunately have a manel today, which means all speakers are men, if I'm not mistaken. Online, we have two other men who are speakers from the GCF. We have Malik Niang, Senior Portfolio Specialist. If you could kindly put on the screen our online colleagues. If you could kindly switch on your camera, please. Malik, Division of, is it Portfolio Management? DPM. And then we have Mr. Georges Ernest Sander, Senior Investment Specialist, sorry, Georges. I think I might have promoted you. Private Sector Facility. And I think we might even have Samantha Rabine online currently. She's the Regional Officer for the Asia Pacific Division of GCF, Division of Country Programming, which by Asia Pacific, the GCF means Southeast Asia and the Pacific. It doesn't include South Asia. So it's exactly the countries and the region we are focused on right now. Thank you. I'd like to first invite Mr. Vibunrit Long to make your presentation or deliver your comments, please.
I have a short presentation. How much time do I have? Okay, 7 minutes. So I'll be quick. I was just informed about this yesterday, so I hope what I speak is comprehensible. Earlier colleague set the context for this panel, which is about mobilizing private sector finance. Because coming out of in the context of constrained fiscal position, private sector will play a larger role in financing all of this climate action. And so what the National Bank is trying to do, as a regulator in the banking space, we try to ensure that banks can act as effective intermediary and a conduit for private sector finance to fund green project in Cambodia. I will go through that. So just to quickly reiterate some of what my colleague said yesterday about Cambodia being a low emitter but highly vulnerable to climate change, and we despite that we also committed to lowering emission by 40% from baseline business as usual by 2030. And so about 6 billion is needed for mitigation effort and 2 billion for adaptation. And this kind of set up the context of how we plan to raise those finances. So climate change might be a risk, but it's also an opportunity for Cambodia. This is how we see it. This is how we try to sell to banks as well, that this is an opportunity that you need to jump on while it's still here. So some of the work we have done is, first of all, we set up a dedicated sustainable finance committee and working group, with 8 personnel. So this, you have to start with having the right people being accountable for this. I'm part of that group together with my colleague, and we start off with building capacity and raising awareness through a lot of workshop and seminar. We incorporated ESG into the reserve management guideline, so we hold about 600 million of green and social bond, leading by example, having some skin in the game, as I like to say. And we are a member of the NGFS. This is a network of financial regulator and central bank, and a member of AFI, and many various ASEAN task force. This allow us to keep track with all the international effort in this area, and also contribute to to different initiatives as well. So we did a series of ESG risk management seminar for banks, first of all, to raise awareness, and we completed 2 reports, which provide us the guidance on what we should do going forward. And the last is, quite important for banks is, a favorable regulatory risk rating for green financial product. Okay. So our focus is in 3 main areas. First of all is, managing bank financial risk from climate change. Climate change can have physical and transition risk on banks' balance sheet. Physical risk, for example, all the collateral that banks has for loan could be damaged. Business loan could have lower revenue because of a climate effect, lower crop yield, etc. And transition risk, as polluting asset could take a hit in terms of asset value. And so this is something we need banks to be aware of and incorporate in their risk assessment and also loan assessment. And the second area of focus is, we see this as an opportunity for banks. At least that's how we try to, sell it to them, to incentivize, to encourage them to jump on the bandwagon, is that it's an opportunity because there's a lot of enthusiastic investor of concessional funding that's available outside, and so banks you need to build that bridge to channel those funds to projects in Cambodia. And so what we're doing here is trying to build an enabling environment to ensure that banks has all the soft infrastructure needed to channel all those needed financing to green project in Cambodia. And the third area is, very important. This is about, financing resilience and adaptation. I mean, as my colleague mentioned yesterday, that Cambodia is a low emitter, but very vulnerable. And while we are trying to, of course, also decrease our carbon footprint, but the important thing that we need to do is finance resilient adaptation. This is an area which is really not just about trying to hit an economic target or anything. It's about doing this work is about also preservation of life, ensuring food security, ensuring access to critical service at all times. And so this is a very important work. And the main reason why I'm here as well is because this is they're talking about blended finance, which is an area of interest that you really can finance all this resilient work and adaptation work in Cambodia. So I just want to summarize what we're doing in the main three areas. It's first of all in terms of managing financial risk, we're doing a lot of awareness raising and capacity building. The other important thing is we are doing a risk assessment of the banking sector of their exposure to climate risk, trying to quantify what are the risks to banks' balance sheet from climate-related issues. And the second is how do we mobilize, how we build this enabling to mobilize a green project in Cambodia. So what we're doing is we are drafting the Cambodian Sustainable Finance Roadmap, try to lay out the step going forward to get other actors involved as well. And then there's the taxonomy, which is a very important piece of document. It's trying to define what green project. This is what the banking sector really needs to provide the financing. And the other one is we are doing the standardized sustainable finance reporting template for banks as well. And last of that second point is providing favorable regulatory treatment for green financial product, which we just did recently, is providing fair in terms of risk weighting for green product. We lower it versus the regular loan product. And third is financing resilient and adaptation. Is we think blended finance is really the main solution for this area, because most of the project in adaptation are not commercially viable. I think we have to admit that but there are of course available projects that can be commercially viable, and we can still work on that part and try to involve public and private sector financing as well in order to scale it up. And so this is really a new area of work for us in terms of trying to find a solution in blended finance for adaptation and resilience. So this is what we try to encourage banks to do, is you have to have dedicated senior staff on this area as well, to identify the risk and also explore the opportunity, and to continually build capacity, build your green lending business, and also develop financing solution for green project, making financing adaptation a top agenda. So I hope I keep to the time allotted, probably longer.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Long Vibundri. We'll take questions only after the presentations, because we have a number of presentations. Om Kun Chan, am I saying it correctly? Thank you. Kun Chan. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Devendra Narayan from Fiji.
Thank you. I will just share our experience on blue bond and green bond. Sorry for that. So starting with the green bond, the background information, I think Charlene shared a few things yesterday. This started actually in 2016 when we had a category 5 cyclone that wiped out 1/3 of our economy. And because of that, we had to look for some innovative way of getting more funds from the private sector to finance some projects. But just as a background, for Pacific Island countries, including Fiji, climate change is one of the greatest threats. As you heard yesterday, the extreme weather patterns are there. We have more frequent and severe natural disasters, and it significantly affects the Fijian economy in terms of reconstruction, rehabilitation, and adaptation needs. So, tropical cyclone Winston was an extreme shock. As I mentioned, 60% of the population was affected, 1/3 of the economy was affected. There were damages to homes, schools, hospitals, electricity, communication, waterways, and you name it. And there was more burden on public sector for rehabilitation and adaptation effects. Huge climate financing need due to intense climatic events. There is a need to attract private sector funds to finance climate resilient projects. The main one is to get hold of non-traditional bond market players. Because in a small country like Fiji, we have very few investors who actively participate in bond or financial markets. Some of them are very active and they will come into bond market as and when we advertise, but there are some market players who would be there, but they will only come in when there's something very interesting. So this time around, we felt that issuance of green bond was one way to achieve this. So in a very short period, from July to 2017 to November, we started this project, and we were assisted by IFC on this. We developed the green bond framework, and then we issued bonds in October, and I think in April of the following year, in 2018, the bond was also registered as in London Stock Exchange. So we had to look for the right tenors. So we chose 5 years and 13 years. Normally, our non-traditional players are normally looking for short term. So for short term, we catered for 5 years. And some of the players do not want to invest in 15 and 20 years. This is mainly the other traditional players that we have. They go for long term. So we had to choose a middle ground between 10 and 15. So 13 year was a tenor that was used. And I'm sure those who work in the bond market, you would know that this kind of tenor is quite unique. 13 years itself is. So we managed to raise 100 million. And there was great interest, and green bonds were oversubscribed. Now, allocation by sectors. So as per standards, green bond was ring-fenced, so all the proceeds of this went to a special government account, and only these eligible projects were financed from that. And there was a special project monitoring unit established in the Ministry of Finance to monitor the implementation of these projects and also to prepare the impact reports. So the bulk of the funding went to cyclone rehabilitation, and we also had some emergency road works related to the cyclone. And the other things that were provided funding was clean water supply, access to green energy, forest conservation, and sustainable waste management. In terms of overall impact of the green bond, we had around 130,000 Fijians that were impacted from this. CO2 reduction, we had enhanced access to treated water, school buildings were rebuilt, annual renewable energy generation was increased, and then trees were planted for carbon sink creation. Bridge rehabilitated and school students were benefiting from this, a total of around 35,000 students benefited from these projects. Now we move to blue bonds. This is actually, as we speak today, in Fiji we issued this today. Today was the bidding and auction day. So I'm pleased to say that we floated 20 million and our bonds were oversubscribed by 40 million. And we managed to get hold of some of the non-traditional players this time. So I think when I go back home, I have to celebrate with my team that they did a wonderful job while I was here. So for green bond, for blue bonds, we heard from Sarah yesterday that Fiji is one of the countries, and we are surrounded by the ocean. 70% of the Fijians live in the 5 kilometer of the coastline. We have 3.52% of the global coral reef population, 65,000 hectares of mangrove. So these are some statistics that support the need for blue economy development. So, and apart from that, Fiji's tourism industry is also highly dependent on on the marine resources and waterways. And tourism is the key foreign exchange earner, and it will always be dependent on the blue economy. So it's always important for the government to support livelihood and subsistence economy through the support of the blue economy. In terms of the steps to structure of Fiji's blue bond, so we have the sustainable bond framework. This is the framework that was done in 2022. Now, when we issued a green bond, what happened? We had a green bond framework. So later on, we realized that we would want to go into other bonds. So we came up with this Fijian sustainable blue bond framework that covers all this. Otherwise, you will have one framework for green, one framework for blue, and so on and so forth. Then feasibility studies were done, and after that, prospectus was developed, and then issuance process. We worked with Ministry of Finance on the issuance process, and then the last step would be the monitoring and impact reporting. So the blue bond covers 4 key areas. One is use of nature-based solutions for coastal protection for low-lying vulnerable coastal areas, and this is the project that will be run by Ministry of Waterways and Environment. And the other one is to scale up Fiji's aquaculture sector by focusing on advanced national breeding program and public-private grow-out programs. Third one, developing sustainable town and cities using the integrated planning solutions. This is a project run by Ministry of Local Government. And the last one is enhanced solid waste management by enhancing capacity and sanitary landfills. And this is something that will be done by Fiji's Water Authority. Issuance, as I mentioned, tomorrow is the issue date, but today the bidding started, 20 million 3-year and 15-year tenors. And it's all oversubscribed, and we are very happy about it. And the post-issuance funds will be put on a special account similar to green bonds. And once funds are dispersed, then we'll prepare an impact report. Actually, the issuer government will be preparing the impact reports on this one. Key consideration for both green and blue bonds. I think issuing can be costly compared to vanilla bonds that we have, because initial costs are involved: project evaluation, prospectus marketing, post-issuance reporting. In case of both bonds, we were able to get assistance from donor agencies to take care of this. The other one is, these are sovereign bonds. So even though it's blue or green, they still have fiscal implications. Ideally, if private sector can take some of these projects under PPP or any other mechanism, then that will ease pressure on public financing. That's all I have to share. Thank you.
Binaka Vakalevu. I'd like to now invite Pa Muhammad Zainul Abedin.
Thank you for invite me to attend this golden opportunity. I will share some information about finance to climate action in Indonesia. Indonesia have launched climate commitment and financial challenge. Sorry. The challenge of climate change have documented in RBJMN, National Midterm Development Plan 2020 until 2024, and we have enhanced nation ENDC, yes, and we have long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience. Long-term visions, just purpose and developed country in 2045, low carbon and climate resilient nation, and then net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. The target calculate will need finance about 281.23 United States billion. The financial needs for enhanced indices is still under estimation process. However, the estimate financial requirements to reach the previous target on Indonesia update NDC target on 29% in 2030 is around 281.23 US dollar. For adoption, Indonesia focus on 3 areas of resilience: economic resilience, social and livelihood resilience, and ecosystem and landscape resilience. These areas of resilience have been elaborated in NDC adaptation roadmap, which mainly covers several fields, namely food, water, energy, health, and ecosystems. For financial requirement to implement adaptation action is estimated about 2.3 12.40 billion US dollar to build resiliency and adaptive capacity to reduce the risk of loss to 2.87% of GDP. We have to respond climate change challenge. We collect data from subnational. We take piloting for subnational or regional climate budget taking. In year of 2020, we had 11 regions, and totally in 2023 we get piloting to 2023 regional level. Consists of provinces, regions, and cities. Opportunities for optimizing the utilization of SCPT results can be utilized to evaluate and strengthen regional fiscal transfers and access opportunities to innovative source of financing. And then increase awareness of climate change. The implementation of RCPT participates in increasing of capacity of human resource related to climate change budgeting and strengthening cross-sectoral collaboration. based on piloting RCPT since 2020 to 2023, local government allocate more budget for adaptation action than mitigation actions. Local government allocate around 5.7% of their local budget for climate action based on piloting RCPT. This number is quite similar to average budget allocation from result of RCPT estimation, which is 5.5%. Sectors that dominate in adaptation are marine and coastal, followed by health and water. Meanwhile, three major sectors which dominate mitigation action are waste, forestry, and energy. Fiscal policies for climate action, we obtain budget allocation and funds mobilization. Funding source from domestic, from public finance, consists of government budget allocation, taxation policy for promote green investment, tax incentive, fiscal transfer to increase subnational government role on climate agenda, elevate fiscal capacity through government securities, and disaster pooling fund. And non-government funding consists of carbon trading, private investment and CSR, financial sector, philanthropy, and state-owned enterprise. From international source, we make cooperation, bilateral, government G2G, and private, and then multilateral, we cooperation with GCF, GEF, Adoption Fund, MDBs, and IFs. And financing program, Ministry of Finance have managed some platform consists of BPDLH, Indonesia Environmental Fund, and SDG Indonesia One is managed by PT SME. I think Indonesia very attractive for investor to invest in Indonesia, because Indonesia still needs more finance for more invest to promote, to increase, to improve the economics. Indonesia have any potential economic consists of the people, and then nature asset, and then position is very attractive to invest and near with the market. I think this so. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak. I'd like to now move on to Malik Niang. Malik, are you online for your presentation? Yep.
Yes, I am. I hope you are hearing me well.
Yes, we hear you clearly. Please.
Good. Thanks a lot. So I'll be co-presenting with my colleague George, that is also online. First of all, allow me to extend our thanks on behalf of the GCF to our esteemed NDAs, our dear partners, the accredited entities, IUCN, Pegasus Capital Advisor, and dear guests, it is a pleasure for us to present to you the private sector facility key highlights. So by and large, the GCF private sector approach, and we'll start with the presentation. So I'll hand it over to George for the first few slides, and I'll come back in. George, over to you. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Malik. And we can immediately move to the next slide. In the meantime, I reiterate our pleasure and honor to be part of this presentation. I think the way we wanted to present it is give you a bit of an overview of what the private sector facility within the GCF has done so far, place it in the greater context of the GCF, What is usually appreciated, and some people in the room might have already seen this, but going a bit over the investment considerations that we have in the private sector facility. Another question that we are all often being addressed is the funding access for micro, small and medium enterprises, which is in many economies a big concern. And then we can look at the concessionality and the lessons learned on the implementation. So without further ado, we could move to the next slide. So as of November 2023, the GCF has now approved $13 billion of US dollars, and roughly 56% have gone into mitigation, 44% into adaptation. The overall goal is, of course, to balance this. So we are still looking to increase our share in adaptation and looking more and more into adaptation projects. So far, among the approved projects, a third is in the private sector space. So there's also an interest now to increasing the proportion of the projects in the private sector. So adaptation and private sector components are important priorities for the Green Climate Fund. If we may move to the next slide. In terms of funding instruments, the private sector facility is less reliant on grants, but at the moment, the portfolio of approved projects is very much dominated by loans, almost half of it, where the bulk represents senior loans, and then we have also subordinated loans, which make up a smaller share. The third goes into equity, and the remainder is then a smaller portion is guarantees and grants. If we may move to the next slide. Overall, private sector facility has been active across the globe. 55 projects so far have been approved, representing $4.8 billion in financing, and expected to mobilize $17.2 billion in co-financing, reaching 470 million of beneficiaries, and expected to reduce CO2 emissions by 1.5 gigatons. If we may move to the next slide. Going forward, our investment considerations on the sectors and the result areas have not changed. What is worth stressing out is that we are increasingly focusing on transition areas. So the transition of food systems, the transition of energy systems, and also the transition of industry, and especially on hard-to-abate sectors, as well as nature-based solutions and ecosystems. Cross-cutting to that, we have two main principles that we will be focusing on over the next 4 years. The mobilization of private capital, including capital within host countries, as well as the focus on the most vulnerable population. And then, of course, finding private sector solutions that are investable, or the GCF's role is around making them investable. Closely linked to that is the greening of the financial sector, which means the GCF supporting especially local financial institutions, and those can be banks, but also asset managers, to help fund projects in mitigation and adaptation. If we move to the next slide. There's a few animations there, but we could just bring it all on screen. This is really what we look forward to when we review proposals. And there's a few key investment considerations that we would actually invite you to summarize in a few basic slides, rather than sending us a concept note. And if we are able to have concrete information on those basic investment considerations, the private sector facility is very quickly able to give you meaningful feedback and find alignment on a project concept that can be further developed into a longer concept note. But we would really encourage you to start thinking about these basic aspects first before we move to writing a long concept note. And we are always open to bounce around ideas. So the first element is the impact potential, as opposed to maybe other development banks who can look at the broader development impact. We are really a climate fund, and hence climate is extremely important. So in both areas, either we have the mitigation impact, which again covers the expected project lifetime emissions. For early conversations, we may not need detailed numeric forecasts, but a concrete narrative on how the project is expected to reduce emissions is very important, and why this emission reduction would not happen without the project being in place. On the adaptation side, equally important, we would need to understand what is the climate hazard, the population that is exposed to it, and the vulnerability of that population that is exposed to it. So there's a certain methodology that we follow, which is based on very basic principles. But if we're able to wrap our head around these in a simple narrative that can be summarized in 1 or 2 slides, this is going to be extremely helpful and powerful in advancing the initial discussions with the GCF. The additionality, so would this project actually be get off the ground without GCF support? Who else is looking to fund it? And what is really the nudge that GCF funding can give to this project to bring it off the ground? And lastly is the paradigm shift, which if we simplify it, is really about, are we doing a one-off project, or is this project really able to move the needle in the country and serve as a demonstration that could later on be replicated or scaled up and with funding from other investors. Moving on to the next slide. So here we have three modalities in how GCF funding could reach local borrowers and beneficiaries. And here we're really thinking about, so in my case, I'm part of the human resilience team, which includes agriculture, for example, and for example, smallholders are a key stakeholder. So how can smaller SMEs and stakeholders benefit from GCF funding? So as you are well aware, we typically fund through accredited entities, but these accredited entities could then either provide concessional loans, loan portfolio guarantees to financial institutions, or channel GCF funding as an anchor investment into a private equity fund that could then, these institutions, these local financial institutions or private equity funds are then best placed to either develop dedicated financing products that reach the local borrowers and beneficiaries, or simply break down GCF funding into smaller ticket sizes and commercial conditions, and passing on GCF concessionality to the end beneficiaries, who are then able to access that funding for investment into mitigation or adaptation activities. If we move to the next slide. So overall, our role is that of making a blended finance work. As I mentioned before, a key aspect is crowding in private capital, catalyzing private capital. I know that's a lot of frequently used buzzwords. I think to boil it down to a very simple explanation, GCF provides concessional capital that is either concessional in terms of pricing or in terms of the funding is structured, and that is supposed to adjust the risk-reward ratio for other investors, private investors, that would then be coming in either along with us, or they would invest at a later point in time when a specific project has been de-risked. And this is then the revolving circle that you see here, which is ultimately, we want to be that enabling factor that brings in the private sector to the table. And I think with that, I concluded my first part of the presentation, and I'm handing over to my colleague, Malik. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, George. So we can move to the final slide. Before addressing things around implementation, can we please move to the next slide? Thanks. So as George was saying, throughout the GCF approach really consists of being catalytic and also innovative. So what do we mean by that is we do provide that patient capital. We do provide various sets of instruments, the concessionality element, the blended finance approach. Also, being innovative is obviously very, very critical in what we are doing because we are here for the climate and we absolutely need to work with partners throughout innovative approaches, addressing new sectors, de-risking, and that whole approach of planning our resources makes it extremely important to get to the value creation. So based on what the GCF has been doing over years, we do have a portfolio that is growing at a large number, at large pace. We do have new sets of instruments and a very innovative approach to work. And just as the best example I can provide today is the way we are working with our partners, Pegasus Capital Advisor, but also IUCN, under the Global Subnational Climate Fund. On one side, we have Pegasus that is handling the private equity fund, but working very closely with IUCN that is helping in terms of the technical assistance through in and throughout, which ultimately will help us to generate more and have that increased climate impact. So in terms of the key takeaways of our private sector operation, one of the very first one that we are learning and have learned over the past years is the key stakeholder engagement is crucial. When we do that through increased efforts, it helps us to have our accredited entities, private sector approach to work better and in close consultation with the NDAs. The second element, when we look at implementation, we are facing lots of risk. Operational risk is one of the biggest, and it usually leads to difficult implementation. So as a GCF provides funding alongside the other co-financier, it's important that we provide the right efforts so we have a successful implementation. So we do put lots of emphasis in terms of making sure that we are trying to mitigate the risk. The third element in terms of the lesson learned is ensure we have a proper alignment. Having proper alignment is work with the right set of partners with clear objectives because it helps in terms of the performance, but also the delivery while managing the risk, as I mentioned under the point 2, operational risk, for instance. And the final point around GCF's role and the private sector is to be catalytic, but also the innovation bit. What it does, essentially, it helps us to deliver greater climate impact, both mitigation and adaptation. But at the same time, we have to be very careful in terms of what we are doing because we are providing funding and to ensure that the sustainability will be there going forward. From structuring transaction, and as George was explaining our approach in terms of how we're doing things, the type of sector that we're looking at, so on and so forth, implementation is always key because you get funding proposals. We get them to be approved, and then we start the implementation. And implementation is really where we do create that value to reach out climate impacts, reach out greater co-benefits, creating jobs, so on and so forth. So by and large, all of those lessons learned are captured in our operation to enhance our private sector operations for the benefit of the base of the pyramid and all our various partners throughout the globe to combat climate. So I will stop here. Both George and I obviously are more than available to address any question that the audience may have. So we'll pass it over to,
Thank you very much, Malik.
you.
Kun Tawachai Khap, can you put the last slide on and keep it on? Thank you very much, Malik. There's something I wanted to clarify. On the one hand, GCF's private sector facility is meant to, in a way, help de-risk context for bankable deals. On the other hand, GCF is also demanding from us that at the concept note stage itself, we need to come up with a pipeline of bankable deals. So, there needs to be some kind of rationalization of this. And this demand is emerging probably because that's what the board wants to see. So it's interesting what you raise. And the other thing that we've heard from the countries, before I turn to the audience, is that the challenges we've heard in the last couple of days are on financing for resilience and adaptation. Financing for mitigation is, I wouldn't say easy, but much less difficult than financing for resilience and adaptation. And involving the private sector in that financing, developing the business case. SCF is one initiative, but how could the private sector facility complement what SCF is trying to do? Just some food for thought. And I'd like to now turn to the distinguished participants if there are any questions or answers. We only have 18 minutes before the coffee break. But before, if not any Q&A, then I'd like to direct some, I'd like to request some of the consortium partners to provide their perspectives. Any clarificatory questions, comments? Okay. Then I'd like to request Peter to provide your comments or perspective based on what you've heard. Is there a mic that can be handed?
I guess, from my perspective, just looking at maybe the delegates can go through what are their priorities and where do they think maybe the private sector can be helpful, and then maybe I can give you my perspective of how we think about those areas. But maybe is it energy? Is it adaptation? Is it waste? Where are the areas you all think that we could add value going forward?
So your question is on which sector of adaptation?
Where's the priority? Is it for adaptation? Is it for kind of clean energy? Is it where's your focus?
Okay, so we try to focus on both mitigation and adaptation, but as I mentioned, we are a low-emitting country. Although we commit to 40% reduction of CO2 by 2020 from business as usual. So we're working on both. This is for mitigation. We still try to build that enabling environment. But more pressing need is on adaptation because Cambodia is highly vulnerable. So this is investment in a new crop variety that are more climate resilient, new infrastructure that are also more resilient to flooding and monsoon. Etc. So the pressing need is on adaptation, at least in the context of Cambodia. And this is where it's more difficult to raise financing. That's why we need more bespoke solution in blended finance.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Fiji and then Indonesia. And I've just been informed that there is an online participant who's raised their hand.
I don't have exact answers. I probably would ask Sherilyn, who's in Prime Minister's office and more into these things, to respond to that. What is our main focus? Probably, if we don't have the answers, we can get back to you later on.
About a priority in Indonesia, until now, adaptation sector is more emphasis in Indonesia. Consists of adaptation spending by sector. Number one is food and agriculture, and number two, water. Number one, water. Is 46.5%, and food and agriculture about 14.7%. And in mitigation spending, the biggest spending by sector is energy and transportation, 79.13%. And number two is agriculture, 10.89%.
I think from we'll cover a little bit in the next panel here, but I think what we see from the private sector is particularly now with Pegasus, we have some concessionary capital. So about 20% of the fund will actually be, thanks to our partners at Climate Fund, be able to take a little bit more risk in some of these new innovative sectors. But some of the things that we look at are, a combination of like technology, whether it's, drought-resistant seeds or drought-resistant plants, on the adaptation and how we work with some of the partners for that. But it is working in places like Indonesia with some of the regulators on PLN, to actually adapt some of the new innovative clean, which is, sometimes a problem, but it's also led to some innovation, right? And more distributed power, because you have to kind of have a business model that it goes outside of the traditional transport of PLN, which is the national, basically, energy company that everybody has to go through for that. So, again, these are all challenges, but it's also, particularly in some of these hard-to-fund areas, we're looking for innovative models, but we're also looking to partner with people like yourselves and figure out what are the priorities, how can we work together and bring in and crowd in some additional private capital.
Thank you, Peter. I'd like to go to Mr. Felix Akello. Please, online.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, my question is, thanks for the presentation. I've been here from yesterday.
If you can
So my
kindly
question
introduce
is,
yourself.
in terms of...
Sorry, if you could... Can you hear me? If you can kindly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Felix Odembo Akello. I work in Kisumu County. Kisumu County is a county government, more of a subnational government in Kenya. I do energy planning. I also do M&E. I also do issues to do with now resource mobilization for the county from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Roads, and Public Works. So my question is, we've been working on a program in the county that's 100% renewable energy towards roadmap development by ICLEI Africa. I think we're launching a roadmap later this month. So looking at what we're presenting and what we're doing, then it basically is aligned because issues to accessing climate finances is something that is a global agenda. So the reason why I joined even this particular session of yours is I was in our session for the Africa Climate Week. And the issue that we are dealing with largely is how do we unlock finances for adaptation? I think it's basically what also you're saying here. So I was trying to figure out how your team is able to, because if it's a challenge all over, then there need to be a solution that is, I think, maybe also replicable to other places. So as our place, we are trying to look at how to unlock the same finances and able to do banking of development of banking projects. But now the challenge becomes for subnational governments in our area or in my area, getting access to finances to do that project preparation is another challenge because you have to do a feasibility or a real feasibility for you to do. You can have a concept in your mind, but then how do you now do the feasibility if you don't have budget? Does part of what you do incorporate supporting feasibility studies so that, because there could be a lot of concepts, but how to now do the feasibility for them to be bankable is a challenge. Because for instance, we are doing one feasibility we did was for, I think, promotion of two to three wheelers, introduction in the county. The lucky thing is another institution had already done, I think, Expertise France, they had done an assessment for, I think, air quality. So we are largely able to use and pollution, we are largely able to use that document. But assuming they did not do that assessment, it means an assessment would really have to be done for you to be able to deliver a project for bankability concept. So I don't know how much space or networks you have for that. Then how can you work with our region? Yes, that's my question.
Thank you. If you may kindly let us know on whom you've addressed this question to. If I understand correctly, it's on the challenges of establishing SEEAs ecosystem accounting at the subnational level, and that in a way supporting in in establishing the valuation that can actually attract more climate financing for adaptation. Is that correct? At the subnational level, because you represent the Ministry of Infrastructure, and I forgot the rest.
Yes.
Government of Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
My question
fir-
would not really be.
Sure. I'd like to then turn to my colleague Matthias Piaggio, who's the economist from the IUCN team.
Hi. Thanks, Alec, for the question, and I think this is a very relevant question. It's great you are taking it from Kenya. In general, the ecosystem accounting is a framework for natural capital accounting that can be applied. Is spatial explicit. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the session we have in the afternoon, and can be applied at different scales, even at the firm level, at business level, at project site level, at sub-regional level, and at the national level. And it gives you information on the ecosystem extent, the condition, and the value of the ecosystem services. And I think it's great this question is coming from a colleague in Kenya, because indeed the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is currently approving their natural capital accounting strategy. We've been collaborating with them last year. We did a benchmarking account on ecosystem account for Kenya together with United Nations Statistical Division and IUCN. And the idea is to continue collaboration with them. And is indeed in the plans of the National Statistical Agency from Kenya to develop that. This is also the reality in many other countries. The implementation of SIA. SIA has been adopted as an international standard in May 2021. And the implementation is being challenging, but there are many countries leading that way. So it's definitely a relevant tool that can be used at subnational level and even at project site level. That answers the question.
Thank you very much, Matthias. How can SCF help with this in terms of the countries of focus? How can SCF, this project, help? Can it be part of the TA suite of solutions we are offering?
This is exactly the last part of the presentation we'll present today. That the SIA is a standard for accounting, and for example, the targets in the global biodiversity framework, many of them have SIA as the background methodology, and this can be implemented again at different scales: project, business, sub-regional, national level. So all these initiatives, for example, the blue bonds we hear earlier, they have target indicators. If gathered consistent with SIA, potentially is a mean to measure the contributions to GBF, to be aligned with credit reporting standards or with market regulations. It's expected that in the future, all these levels of reporting will be aligned with an international standard on natural capital accounting, that nowadays they are all following their own approaches, but we need an harmonized system to measure them, and also consistently measuring changes and impacts on biodiversity. Nowadays, the impacts on biodiversity are a bit all over the place, need to be better ordered in ecosystem extent, condition, species, hopefully genetics in the future. But it's a way of harmonizing and be sure they follow a specific standard to measure the contributions of the projects, the business, or the sub-regions.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Caitlin. Would you have any perspectives from Catalytic Foundation's text? No? Jelan, would you have any thoughts, perspectives? If not, then gold standard colleagues.
Hi, yeah. So as Matthias said, biodiversity ecosystem services, these metrics they're complex things to measure and manage and monitor, not in the same way that carbon mitigation is, as we have, tons of CO2 is an obvious thing to measure. It's an easy thing to fund, whereas adaptation, ecosystem, biodiversity claims are a lot harder and more complex. But we're working with IUCN to do nature-based solutions, requirements there, different metrics that needs to be measured, and we're working on biodiversity claims, what are stances on different biodiversity credits, claims, offsets, things like that. But it's definitely needed. It's a way to get impact at scale. Obviously, it could be applied at different levels, but it's a complex thing to do, and we need new tools to progress towards this. That's something we're working on as well. But we'll go into that a little bit more in the session after lunch today, I think.
Thank you very much. If no further questions or comments, I think online, Malik, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairperson. So, from the GCF perspective, I think one of the key highlight of this kind of workshop is really to provoke conversation. And I'll come back to where we start from our perspective. GCF is the largest fund to address climate issues around the globe. So when we do design those funding proposals, and there was a point on bankability, and I'm pleased to hear the question from Felix in Kenya, and trying to understand how to best work with both ICN, with Pegasus. How do we get those projects to become bankable? And organizing such workshop, as I said, involves, that direct conversation, and make sure that the NBA, the AE, the various partners, the gold standards and the like, will have that conversation face to face, and make sure that we can address gradually that. But when we have designed the project at first at the GCF, we had that vision to have that private equity arm to provide the funding or the monies in form of equity, loans, so on and so forth. But if you don't tackle the technical assistance side of things, then it's difficult to get those bankable projects. And why we push projects to be bankable? Because on the long run, they'll be extremely sustainable, and they will generate what we are expecting in terms of climate impact. So the point here I'm making is really our focus from the GCF perspective, and I think it's good to give you also that kind of deep insight. We received those funding proposals. We spent a fair amount of time, and I'm sure George can attest to it. Sometimes it takes us not just 6 months, but over a year, sometimes more than that, in the design phase, because designing or structuring our proposal is paramount to reach the intended result. So from the designing or structuring our project to address the challenge, we'll be thinking about using, again, different sets of asset class, equity, loans. But the idea is really to ensure that the GCF comes as a first mover. Why? Because we would use a junior capital, different sets of conditionality to de-risk project. But at the same time, we often do provide also grant funding, either typical grant or reimbursable grant, to also address the technical assistance part of things. And what essentially our intervention intends to do is to crowd in, because without the other players, other co-financiers, our impact might be limited. So we take that first leap of faith. Of course, we have to balance the various type of risks that we are foreseeing in project, ensure that we are working with the right partners once again, because from very specific elements into some of the projects that you have at the country level, you may need not only assistance to look at your business plan, but you would have to look at some of the specific climate areas. Do you have that capacity? How do you get that support? And that's really what we intended in this program with IUCN and Pegasus. And once again, GCF being there helps to catalyze additional investor. And we're trying to push and we're increasing our efforts to also crowd in private sector investment. One quick last thing, maybe if you allow me, I'd like to invite one of our other colleagues, Samantha Rabin, that is online, that works for the Division of Country Programming, also to just shed some light, a few words about the efforts that the GCF is doing to also help our NDA to have a better appreciation or understanding of private sector operation. Because sometimes there's a bit of a disconnect or gap, and it's important that we all speak the same language to increase the climate impact. Sam, if you're online, if you would like to comment
yes,
quickly.
I was about to invite Samantha to introduce herself because I think most of the NDAs know her. Samantha, would you be able to switch on your camera as well?
Hi, everybody. I think I'm having some technical difficulties. My camera keeps turning upside down, so I'll just leave it off for now. But thank you so much for this opportunity to come in and for this consultation. You know, as you know, we at the fund, you know, I think at the core of it, as Malik has mentioned, is really country ownership. We really want to ensure that projects, you know, from the core, you know, really are driven from national priorities and you know, are born from there. Now, one of the efforts that we do to really try to bring in an alignment with the private sector is we do support peer-to-peer opportunities to be able to learn from our counterparts on, you know, private sector projects. I think we've done those both, you know, through virtual settings as well as through our regional dialogues, which I think many of you have participated in. In addition, we have also had a global dialogue where we've brought together partners from across the world, and that's also a key opportunity to be able to learn different, you know, projects that have, you know, integrated in the private sector, and also the importance of, you know, this initial upstream, you know, alignment with the government at the very, very early stages of project development and this origination, because that's really having, you know, that alignment with your government counterpart from the very, you know, onset, really we have seen has been a key element for successful projects going forward. In addition to this, we do also have what we call the readiness program. I think all of our NDAs are quite familiar with it, but for maybe others in the room, it's also an opportunity. You know, it's our capacity building program essentially that has resources to support, in particular, providing, you know, enabling environments, but also in particular supporting, you know, the private sector and facilitating that, not only from, you know, the stakeholder consultations, but also setting the groundwork and enabling environment from a government standpoint. So these are all important elements that we have to support this work going forward. I think I will just say, you know, recently we have approved the new readiness strategy looking into our GCF2, which we call from 2024 to 2027. So all the way through, you know, from the very origination, essentially, we always strongly encourage, you know, our NDAs to be active, to be a part of that origination of you know, projects and be involved with the project proponents going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Now, before I end, I apologize. We've run around 5 minutes beyond our allotted time. I'd like to invite all three panelists here, representing the Central Banks and Fiscal Policy Agency, as well as our online colleagues from Songdo, to the roundtable at 4 o'clock, being moderated by my colleague Jelan, to continue these discussions that will also bring in the three private sector related panelists. I know it will be 4 p.m. Bangkok, 6 p.m. Songdo. Unfortunately, I have to attend the Samantha and GCF colleagues, I have to attend the APR webinar for half an hour at that time, so I'll miss this roundtable. So hope to see you at 6 p.m. Songdo time online. Malik, George, and Samantha, would that be fine?
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
It's fine. Thanks a lot.
Yep. Thank you. Would you like to make any announcement?
Well, first off, let us thank all the panelists, including those joining online, by giving them a big round of applause. Thank you very much for very interactive, lively discussion. So just quick logistical note before we are adjourned for coffee break. So if you recall, yesterday Jalan mentioned that there is actually a piece of paper in the corner over there. So this is for tomorrow. If you are interested in having bilateral discussions with SCF consortium partners, you are more than welcome to sign up for slot to do such consultations. So you can sign up over there. And I would like to let you know, especially those participants in person, that my colleagues from IUCN, who's in charge of the logistics and finance, will be here at 2 p.m. So if you have questions, queries about the logistical aspects, you can ask them starting at 2 or 3 p.m. when they will be here. So yeah, so I think we are now entering the coffee break, and we'll see you again in this room at 11:15 for the next session on private finance actors' perspective. Thank you.
Hi, Christoph. It's Cecilia. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So that works all good. We'll reconnect in 4 minutes, and will you be able to turn on your video camera? Or you already? All right.
Yeah,
Perfect.
sure.
Oh, the technician is asking if we can change the angle of the camera a little bit.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Okay.
Do you think you can turn the camera from vertical to horizontal? Is that something you can do?
I'm sorry, you're talking to me?
Yeah, sorry, yes, we're talking to you, Christoph.
Okay.
Because apparently it would be better if you had... Oh yeah, that's awesome. All right, well, we'll see you in
Yeah, that would work.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Bye.
hear me? Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everyone, for this second session this morning. This morning, we will have the pleasure to welcome two private sector investors. Next to me is Peter Kennedy, Chief Investment Officer at Pegasus, and we also have online Christophe Forcinetti, the founder and chairman of Obor Capital, joining us live from Cambodia. So I'll briefly introduce Peter. Peter, as you know, is an active technology and impact investor with over 25 years of experience investing in both private and public companies across Asia, US, and Europe. While Christophe is a serial entrepreneur who founded more than 10 companies across investment, hospitality, and finance sector. So we'll start with you, Peter. Could you tell us a little bit more about your experience and how you got involved into investing into climate smart solutions in Southeast Asia and Pacific?
Well, good morning. So just as I indicated yesterday, I've been investing in this area for across Asia, about 25 years. And actually, my first deal is actually in the telecom space was in Bangkok, where we actually invested in one of the franchises here with the CP Group. So my experience has been more about kind of technology with telecom is also regulatory, which has actually set me up quite nicely, I think, for the Climate Smart, where I actually have a technology background plus infrastructure background in this. But I really got involved in the impact investing back in 2003 in San Francisco, where I left Morgan Stanley and started up an impact fund, where we really looked at some climate smart solutions in the water area, also in the waste area, a company called TerraCycle, and also in biopesticides, where we really saw the need for looking at some chemical alternatives. But came back to Asia back in 2009 to run a fund where we actually looked at sustainable agriculture, energy, and waste streams across there. So, Asia is a very different market than a lot of the European and the US markets. We have different regulations in each country, and obviously there's a different level of kind of management or skill sets in each country as well. So I think some of the opportunities is that there's not as many competitors looking at some of the clean tech environment, but some of the risks are the regulatory environment, which differ by country, also the level of kind of, I think, expertise, particularly in middle management across that area. But we do see one of the things that we did look in Asia in particular is really the acute need for things like water, where we have places like Beijing, which were sinking several years ago before they built the south to north river. We have places like India where the aquifers are actually going down by 3 meters per year in certain areas, and also the waste and energy challenges for Asia. So I think there's been a huge opportunity, but it's also been a very difficult market to operate into. And again, challenges different cultures, different regulations. But I think where we saw real opportunities was in where we could actually marry technology into some of these problem areas. So in the water space, we've invested in new water technologies such as membranes, such as energy efficient desal, and marrying that with more traditional operators is really where we've seen real success. But the other part of that is we really do need some of the government participation, and whether that's things like desal in China, where we actually work with the local governments to have an offtake agreement and to guarantee some of that debt, but also put in new technologies where we can offer really, I think, economically attractive solutions. So it's probably a long-winded answer about my experience across Asia, and we'll get into more detail on some of the projects. But I think there's a real opportunity set, I think, both economically, but also I think for an impact area, which is really what gets me excited and continue to do this, is that we think there's a lot of challenges that could be really solved through these technological, business development, but also partnerships. But one of the things we will talk a little bit about is some of the partnerships here, and I'll probably save some of this for later, is that you do need all these slices of capital, all these different pockets of capital to actually, to really do this. So, we had a project in India where we had a really elegant water solution for rural areas, a water kiosk. But it was not economic unless we brought in some nonprofit companies to really do the education, to do the drilling. But then we had a very sustainable model where we could actually employ a person, actually develop that going forward. So I think there's very creative ways to use different pockets of capital to make a sustainable type solution for different areas. And I think with Pegasus now, we're a $750 million fund, but 20% of that is really from concessionary capital, where that really will subsidize some of the returns and actually allow us to do some creative investing across the platform.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Peter, and we'll definitely elaborate a little bit more into some of the things that you said and how the government can help you, and also, as you said, the different pools of capital that are accessible for entrepreneurs. But now I'll turn to Christophe online, and I'd be happy to ask you the same question. If you could tell us a little bit more about your experience. You're based in Cambodia, and how did you get involved into this space, and what's your experience? Over to you, Christophe.
Thank you, Cecilia. So my background is initially microfinance. So I spent quite a lot of time in Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia, pretty much setting up microfinance institutions. And I think that's been the background of everything I've done in the past. It's really access to finance for developing countries. So we're talking about from Mexico, Madagascar, Kenya to Cambodia, Indonesia. And I mean, the situation has not evolved much, I would say, in the past decade. There are some countries that are really still capital deprived. And so for the past 20 years, I've been living in Southeast Asia and really focusing on that region. And I think it's a great region because we have the opportunity really to see a middle class emerging. We're talking about almost 700 million people. And at the same time, the opportunity to address that access to finance issue for companies with that new climate, let's say, climate finance initiative. So I've set up, I'm half Cambodian. I spent a few years, quite a lot of years in Cambodia, setting up projects in the water sector, in the waste sector, and capital has always been an issue. I mean, from the beginning when we started those projects, but even growing, being profitable already, it has been very challenging because banks, the financial markets are dysfunctional. The banks don't lend without collateral. Interest rates are high. The structure of the loans are not appropriate. There are no blended finance instruments. So all those tools, I would say, are coming in that region, and that's great. And they're coming through the climate finance scope. So that's I see it as the opportunity. Emissions are coming from, let's say, 3% of total emissions to more than doubling to more than 6% in less than 30 years. Addressing that finance gap in those countries in Southeast Asia with the finance climate model is really what is exciting, I think.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Christophe. And I want to use what you said to ask to Peter, actually, what challenge do you see in catalyzing more capital in the region? Because Christophe just talked about these difficulties in accessing capital for entrepreneurs and companies. Has it been your experience? And yeah, what do you see as the challenge for those entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I think there's obviously the sectors and then there's geographies, right? And I think there's, as we talked about yesterday, energy was $2.3 trillion in investment, 1.7 coming into clean energy. So there's lots of money into pure business models that work today are scalable. As we've talked about, some of these markets, and particularly places like Cambodia, it's still some of the regulatory challenges there, some of the financing challenges, are still not bankable. So there's a disparity about where that capital is coming into. So you got a project in the U.S. for solar, you have no problems financing that. You have a project in Cambodia at subscale, you have lots of problems with getting bank financing, getting regulatory financing. And then there's sectors, like we're seeing some innovative sectors, and whether it's kind of seaweed now for adaptation or mangroves. So I do see that there's has to be new creative business models that are probably not bankable yet, where you really do need some of this concessionary capital or some technical assistance capital to get them to a point where they are very bankable. So I'd say, again, back to the capital going into by market, getting the right management teams, because again, there's usually a super smart founder, but then getting that second layer of management has always been difficult too, to really scale some of these businesses as well.
Thanks a lot, Peter. And also to base on the conversation that we just had previously, and sorry, Christophe, I'm not sure you were able to attend that, but we had a very nice session with central bankers from public institutions from Indonesia, Cambodia, and Fiji. What do you see like the role of governments in helping to this access to finance? Is there a role for them to play? Is there further partnership we can build to help?
There's definitely a role, and I spent a lot of time in Indonesia, so it's one of the things we look at for as I mentioned before, like PLN, which is the national transmission carrier. Everything, any new energy that comes on usually has to be transported on that, so it affects the economics of a business. So in one way, it's created new business models of people doing distributed energy technology, but they're having a little bit more transparency around where that's going in pricing and transmission, would help some of the bankability for projects in a place like Indonesia. And again, I started to probe a little bit in the last conference of where the priorities are and where we can start to who the best person is, whether it's waste or water. What areas, what avenues are they willing to put in there, whether it's an offtake agreement for a water contract, or again, we can also bring in other concessionary capital to places like Fiji if there are projects to that nature.
Thanks a lot, Christophe. Would you like to add anything on that question, on the role of government authorities in supporting this project?
Yeah, no, I mean, I support what was said. The regulatory framework is key. Indeed, in most of these countries, what's really needed is the regulatory framework to be in place. The size of those projects is usually smaller at the beginning. So you need the capital, you need the human resources, and you need the regulatory framework. Those are the three key aspects, because the growth, the fundamentals, they're there, the demand, they're there already. And maybe I would add one point. What's very important is to get involved very early. So what we've tried to do in Cambodia, for example, is from the beginning create companies that were compliant, well organized, with a decent governance. And despite the small scale, this was the only way to have institutional investors even look at these projects. You have other larger projects that don't have that, let's say, that governance, that transparency, or that compliance with let's say the legal regulatory framework, or even the finance best practices. And if you don't have this, well, it's very difficult to get the interest of the institutional investor. So the earlier you support companies in that space and help them to implement the best practices, the better chances you have to build a good ecosystem.
Thanks a lot, Christophe. And actually, this afternoon we'll talk a lot about what makes a good project. We'll talk about that. I mean, from our point of view, from the SCF, but I think definitely want to use the opportunity of having you two here. So we talked a lot about this concept of making projects bankable. But beside investment criteria, what does a bankable project look like? I mean, you both started to talk about, the management team, but what are some of the other criteria that we can look at, or that you look at?
Yeah, I think from, I'll give you kind of a experience from, I spent a lot of time on the Ocean Fund as well, and then, one of the things we've done there is we've actually utilized technical assistance funds quite effectively, I would say. And one of the things that when I first joined the fund, it was looking at a precursor to the Coral Reef Fund, was that they were looking at very, very small deals. And I quickly realized that we need kind of scalability. And how do we kind of maybe put together 2 or 3 companies together and then use technical assistance funds to really build out some of the infrastructure for these companies. Whether that's just pure accounting systems, but also maybe traceability system. So we actually start to invest in traceability systems so that we can actually get a premium and have an off-taker in the US and really build kind of this off-taker plus supply chain, which becomes very, very bankable. So I think there a little bit less, there was probably more clarity around the regulatory environment, but it was really getting scale, getting it to some edge of traceability and getting it some off-taker supply, on the buy side of things. So I would say, having some of this concessionary capital to get these projects to a point of scale where we can get more generalist funds to be involved. But the regulatory clarity is extremely important, particularly for any capital-intensive projects that are going forward, like your clean energy or other areas.
Thanks, Peter. And I will turn back to you, Christophe, and I wonder if you could also, use the example of Gaia, the waste management project, and because Peter just talked about the role of technical assistance, and Gaia is one of those projects that with the SCF we're supporting with technical assistance. So same questions, like what can make a project bankable? And if you can elaborate with that example, that would be awesome, and on the role of technical assistance.
Yeah, I think so. The main factors are the ones I mentioned. Good team, of course. The fundamentals have to be there. But indeed, size is a big issue in most of those countries. So you need to reach the critical size that justify, any investor to have some interest, especially considering the risk profile of the country. And to reach that size, very often you need to indeed combine several projects and provide the foundations to make it transparent and efficient. In the case of Gaia, for example, I mean, this is a company that started more than 10 years ago. It's now one of the leading waste management company in Cambodia. We're collecting waste in Phnom Penh, Siem Reap, Sisupuan, Kompong Thom. It's a profitable company, but it didn't have the size to get the interest. One aspect that is quite interesting, it's a collection company, so we have contracts, long-term contracts with the municipalities to collect the waste and dispose it. But of course, at some point when you have the right volumes, you want to sort and treat the waste and work on valuation projects. Now, for the past 10 years, probably the volumes were a bit low. We're talking about several hundreds of tons per day. But now those volumes have reached a certain level, and we need to understand what is the appropriate technology, methodology, business model to sort and treat that waste. And this is a very specific expertise that, for example, Gaia doesn't have. We're a waste collection company. We manage the relationship with the governments. We manage a fleet of trucks. But I mean, anaerobic digestion or composting or pyrolysis, all those things are quite complicated for us. So I think having the opportunity to have subsidies or to have support to assess and identify business models and appropriate technologies to be able to implement those projects and therefore, you know, reach the size, because then you go up or down the supply chain and you become bigger. You're in a good position in that country to do this because you have the experience. Having the financial support and the technical expertise to do it is really unlocking, I would say, a lot of potential for the company.
Thanks a lot, Christophe. And as investors, what do you see your role in helping these entities, you know, grow? Do you also play a role of advisory? Do you go just beyond bringing capital? I think this is something that we see with, especially with impact investors. They go beyond just providing financing. Can you elaborate a bit on your role?
Yeah, I mean, we tend to take very, very active roles. You know, and one of the things that is kind of a fund manager is we also like to create ecosystems. So that, you know, in a prior fund, what we did was, you know, we'll invest in 3-4 water companies. We'll then get our CEOs around the table and actually compare notes with those 3 or 4 water companies on the board, so that they actually cross-pollinate. We'll have, you know, membrane sales into our desal company and accelerates that type of solution. In the case of, you know, our fishery companies, we actually have a buyer in the U.S. that we've actually married them up to, and even restaurants that are willing to take some of the seafood and actually pay a premium for that. And we'll introduce them to, you know, many technical, whether it's, you know, traceability apps or software, or actually even source in, you know, some talent through our network. So we take a very, very active role, you know, in the companies that we do, and you know, probably sometimes too active, but and you do get diluted. So my rule of thumb is that I won't be on more than 6 or 7 boards. You know, you still advise, but to really be active on those boards. Unless it's like children. Your good children take less effort. Your problem children take more effort, right? So with each one of these, they tend to sink a lot of time into the companies that are not doing well, and you let the companies that are doing well, you know, a little bit hands off, and let those management teams run with it. But you advise where you can. So it really varies company to company, and where, you know, we tend not to invest where we can't add value.
Okay. And would your experience be similar, Christophe, in your role in helping those companies?
Yes, probably similar, probably a bit more basic and more intense, I would say. So we're really getting involved at a early stage, and very often, you know, there's a good team or a good, let's say, a founder, but the departments and the organization still needs to be built. And so what we've done is we've internally developed resources to support those companies with financial expertise, tax and legal expertise, governance expertise, and this is something that we share with the different companies that we have in the portfolio. I'm talking about getting involved almost on a daily basis. So we see this as almost like a super executive that gets involved with the projects. This is really needed. Most of those companies at the beginning, they don't have the resources to afford, you know, a tax expert on their team, for example. And so this is something we provide. But of course, I mean, we're talking at the scale of companies that are generating a few millions or tens of millions of revenue. So it's really early stage.
You know, I think one of the important things to do, and this is for the group as a whole, is really share ideas. Right? So I spend a lot of time in the U.S. looking at technology companies and looking at different business models and invest across that. And I think getting some of those business models, where we've applied. We have a company in Indonesia that does kind of traceability, but we've put them on a path to actually putting in a fintech solution and then selling inputs. And that's to some degree come out of a company I invested in the US that does this for US farmers. So not all these business models are applicable across that, but I think as we start to move into an adaptation where there's going to be new business models and new ideas, I think it's really important to look across at your colleagues and your peers in other markets to what are the best ideas and can I adapt them to the location as well.
Cool, thanks a lot. I'm happy to pause here with some of my questions, as I was wondering if the audience already has a few questions and want to take advantage of having those two private investors. So I see a question from the gentleman over there. Yeah. And just please, if you could keep this question at a general level and not really asking about an individual companies. I think we can have this discussion one-on-one after.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. So, my name is Radan. I'm from the National Bank of Cambodia. So, I heard you both mention about the regulatory challenge in probably in Cambodia, so to speak. So, I just want to know specifically what are the challenges that you are facing that hinder the private investment in that space. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to talk from your experience since you're based in Cambodia, Christophe? Did you hear the question?
Sure.
Yeah. Perfect.
No, the regulatory framework has been evolving quite a lot in the past, let's say 30 years in Cambodia, and it's been improving drastically. But there are still some areas where the theory is not yet enforced in practice. And climate is, for example, a very, very interesting aspect. But we can talk about this for let's say the tax framework. We can talk about this for the legal framework. There are, for example, for funds that invest in projects in Cambodia, going through dispute resolution, going through bankruptcy processes, going through the framework for limited and limited partnerships. All those aspects are very new in Cambodia, and some of them still need to be established. So I would say those are the kind of aspects that are being addressed by the government, but of course it doesn't come in one day. So we've seen all those changes, but there are still many required and expected.
From our experience, again, I'd agree that some of the regulations have improved. I'd say like 12, 13 years ago, we looked at some land, and you had 3 different people claiming land rights, right? So they've started to nationalize the land banks and figuring out, again, that regulatory framework where it makes sense. So I do think, things like that need to be sorted out before you can get kind of real investment. Also, it's, obviously power short, right? So you need to have power to operate a lot of these areas as well. So, the whole ecosystem has to evolve. So it's regulatory, but also, the infrastructure that needs to be around some of these investments as well.
Thanks a lot. Is there another question from the audience? Table over there.
Hi everyone, I am Priyanka from South Pole, and so basically South Pole does the carbon certification projects both for sustainable technologies and the nature-based solutions. So while I was going through the SCF website, and also I attended that session yesterday and today's session, I came across that from the NBS we just have the agricultural land management sector that we are focusing on. So maybe if you could provide a more highlight on what are the prospects of other like ARR, afforestation, reforestation category, or maybe the RED Plus category wherein we are involved in the conservation of the forest, the existing forest. So that would be great. Thank you.
Could you just clarify that a little bit?
So you'd like them to tell them more why is there less investment in those sector, or?
When can we expect there is like an inclusion of the afforestation, reforestation, and the REDD+ category?
You mean in the SCF in general then?
Yes.
Okay, then I think that's more a question that's not necessarily for, I think, for these two speakers. We can have this discussion afterwards on the SCF, but I think Peter and Christoph are not necessarily most placed to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I mean, I'll talk about the agricultural side of things and then small-scale farmers, and maybe and it's actually very relevant to South Pole and some of our gold standard as well. Is just, some of these projects, because of the certification and because of the things that are going on, really, we're trying to figure out better business models to get some of these small-scale farmers certified and get them premiums for that. So with us, we have a company in Indonesia called Cultiva, which, I've been looking at investing in small-scale farmers for over a decade. And I think if you just do one thing for the small-scale farmer, you'll just go bankrupt and pull your hair out. And I think that the trick to that model is to really service that farmer, really uplift the farmer. So how do you get them better yields? How do you get them a premium? How do you get them crop insurance? How do you get them, bankable on top of that? And I think, that's a combination of technology and boots on the ground, and you can't afford to do that unless you can, you're selling all these services. But the next level is how do you get some of these carbon credits and other areas for them, and again there has to be a better model on how you certify those, and that's maybe the gold standard people can talk about a South Pole for. There's obviously large projects which can afford to get this certification, but what's the best business model for that? But on the on deforestation side, more from a business model, we've looked at palm plantations and how we provide maybe better genetics to small scale palm plantation where they can get 3, 4, 5 times their yield, right, and give back some land, right? But that goes in and out of favor with development agencies. Sometimes IFC wants to touch it, sometimes they don't want to touch it. So again, it's again getting some clarity on how do we fix the problem because it's not going away. So that's probably a long-winded answer, and probably the technical side would be addressed in another area. But from an investor's perspective, I think it gets back to what we've talked about. There has to be some clarity about what people want to do, and I think there are technologies and solutions. Once we have a clear visibility of what we want to do.
Sure. Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries. Christoph, is that a sector that you're familiar with, that you've looked at?
It's definitely a sector that we're looking at right now for the region, including in Indonesia and also in Cambodia. In Cambodia, it's still a bit early. There is only a handful of those projects, and they've been set up without the framework that we were talking about being fully established. So yeah, I think we're looking at it, but we're waiting for more visibility before we get involved.
Yeah, and on the SCF level, there's a few projects that we're looking at in Mali and Senegal, but I'm happy to tell you more in person afterwards. We have a few examples on the website. I see one question from an online participant. I see one question, Felix, that is really about one specific project, so I'm happy to come back to you after to let you know how you can submit your project, and we'll discuss that this afternoon. But I see another question from Annie Kiasatina. What do you think is the most promising sector in Southeast Asia for adaptation projects? And is there any example of a workable sector in adaptation? I think adaptation has been very important for our audience. Peter, do you want to get started?
So I think one of the, and I guess it's a little bit of adaptation, is we look quite a bit at seaweed in different areas. And I think that is, as oceans warm, you're seeing more diseases, you're seeing more bleaching, and so number one is how do we look at different strains that are more tolerant to heat resistance. The other side is how do we actually mechanize maybe deeper water seaweed, so that its colder water nutritional value is actually better, and can we start to mechanically harvest that? So, you know, that's one area from the Oceans Fund. We're looking at the adaptation side of things, and I know you guys have been working on, and we've been looking at some of the mangrove areas as well, but that's still, from a business model, I think it's a little bit less clear on that. And we've seen some examples of that in like Vietnam, where we're getting premium for, you know, tiger shrimp that are grown in the mangrove areas. So there's some small scale business models around that, but I think the seaweed areas is quite interesting. And I think we'll be reading more and more about, you know, seaweed as a food, as a protein, as a carbon sink, as fish meal, as plastic. So I think there's multiple uses for that. So I think as we think about adaptation as even a barrier to a certain extent, that it's helping there. So that's one particular area we're looking at.
Yeah, and I know at the SCF we received a project on that from Indonesia, and one of the things that, you know, we can consider that I briefly mentioned yesterday when we talk about technical assistance, but we can also look at potentially funding further studies on topics like that. So when we see that there are some technologies that are emerging that could benefit not just one country, this is something that we do. As mentioned, we did that with the black soldier flies and how that they could be useful in ways. So definitely seaweed, if this is something that we think it can be a good business model and have a good impact on adaptation, we can look into that. Do you want to add anything on that, Christophe? The most promising sector for adaptation projects in the region?
So we've looked at black soldier fly projects as well in the context of Gaia. But in general, we've been more focused on, I would say, mitigation projects. But in general, I would say in Southeast Asia, and the context is a bit different between the countries, but the infrastructure need remains, I would say, a key focus for us. So energy, waste, water, anything related to these sectors. To some extent, financial inclusion remains a strong objective on our side, and agriculture. We think there hasn't been yet the ecosystem set up to unlock the agriculture potential, and we're looking into this right now.
Okay, thanks, Christophe. Is there a further question from the audience? I see one gentleman over there.
Hi, I'm Reed from the National Bank of Cambodia. So my question is to Christophe. Earlier, you alluded in your comment that in Cambodia you're waiting for clearer regulatory guidelines and framework. Can you, if you can, provide a detail of what are you looking for in this regard in Cambodia? If you can narrow it down to the financial regulator, that will be also useful.
Well, I mean, this is definitely something that we can discuss separately. I think we would need to go in a lot of details. Definitely, the regulatory framework for financial institutions, so institutions that are regulated by the NBC, this is one of the best regulatory framework in Cambodia, because, as you know very well, microfinance institutions and banks have been established for a long time. It's been a very thriving sector. So I would say the regulatory framework for that sector has been good with the results that we know. There has been a lot of investments and growth specifically for that sector. I was more referring to other sectors which are more recent in Cambodia and where the regulatory framework is not there yet. and also, as I mentioned before, the corporate side. So the tax, the legal framework, the dispute resolution framework, the collective investment schemes, those kind of frameworks.
Thanks, Christophe. Any further questions from the audience? Not yet, and I don't think there's any online. So as we approach slowly towards the end of the session, I mean, what do you think needs to be done to catalyze more capital in the region? I'll start with Peter.
Yeah, I think, listen, I think getting into this this business and the Pegasus philosophy is we've ultimately got to make people money, right, in some of these businesses. And not to be, but I think, there's different pools of capital. As I started this conversation, is philanthropic capital, right, which needs a purpose. There's impact first capital. And then, you look at the stream of capital, the generalist capital that needs to come into this space. You've got to have returns for people. So I think, as we start to prove out these business models and actually make people money in these sectors, and you look at kind of clean energy or solar. I mean, the flood of capital now coming in there because people can see a path to actually doing good and making money. And I think that, what we need to do here is prove out these models with some of these concessionary capital, get them to where they're scalable. And I think, again, with the help of governments of providing a bit more clarity and some of the regulatory certainty, I think that's what's really needed to really kind of scale these types of solutions going forward. And I think there's going to be a lot of experimenting, right, particularly around adaptation, because it is new, and I think there's going to be this combination of innovative business models where we're seeing, things like seaweed or clever ways to do garbage or waste disposal through technology processes, and pure just concessionary capital to get these things going.
Okay, thanks a lot, Peter. Christophe, some question for you.
I fully agree with what was said. I think to be able to provide the full scope of the full spectrum of capital for companies to be able to thrive in these countries is very important. If I take the example of Cambodia, there is still very little access to seed capital. There are very few business angels, organized groups of business angels. There is no venture capital at a large scale, very little private equity. So there needs to be an ecosystem where those investors in which investors can participate. That's on the financing side. Now, we also need, of course, better education, the promotion of entrepreneurship. That's very important, and I would say the regulatory framework, as we mentioned. So it's really a mix of, and I understand those requirements take decades and sometimes generation, but it's really about empowering entrepreneurs, providing better education so they can have the human resources, building the ecosystem so that entrepreneurs can talk to other entrepreneurs, can talk to investors, and gathering information for the regulatory framework so everybody has some visibility and can invest in a reliable manner. Because the projects are there. These countries are growing, they're growing fast, they're among the fastest growing in the world right now. And it's just a matter of ticking the box for the actors of the ecosystem to be able to look at them.
Thanks. And why do you think we still see very little seed funding? Is it a problem of and other type of funding? Is it a problem of perceived risk, and or what would you say is the issue?
Well, the first one is size. Investors do not want to look at, a $2 million or a $1 million project because it's too small. Because even if they work very hard and, they achieve incredible returns after 5 years, the time and the resources they have spent on it would not be worth their time if you compare it to a $20 million or $30 or $50 million project, which basically require a similar, let's say, amount and quality of work. So there are very few models focusing on small businesses. Most of the investors would prefer to look at larger projects because it's easier to put the adequate resources, and if you achieve a decent return, it's sizable enough to make it interesting. It's not the case for smaller projects. We've been focusing mainly on small projects, and it's always been challenging because it's a lot of resources, and in the end, even if you achieve, great performances, it's still a lot of work for modest returns. So without the support of technical assistance and subsidies, it's a model that is very hard to put in place.
Thanks, Christophe. Do you want to add a few points on?
Yeah, I think each market has its own kind of evolution, and you look at kind of India, how it evolved from, basically it was more corporate-backed, family-backed, and as they got some unicorns, you've seen a more traditional seed, private equity, and not to get back to this, but you've also seen these unicorn valuations that make people money, and the same thing is happening in Indonesia, where you have a pretty large addressable market, and people have seen the creativity, particularly around the technology side of things. So, I think for Cambodia and some of the smaller markets, they've really got to focus on, what they're good at, what's the large addressable market, and for Cambodia, it's, the agricultural state, and how do I build an ecosystem around that particular niche? And I think each these smaller addressable markets need to figure out. In Singapore, it's more of a developed market, but it figured out I want to be in life sciences, I want to be the IP hub. Right? It doesn't have a big addressable market, but this is what it really focuses on. So I think each market to evolve that type of traditional needs to focus on a couple of key areas.
Cool. Thank you very much. I see a question from our Indonesian colleagues.
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested in the very micro lending system, or to initiate the small investor to join the investment in the climate actions. Actually, we have in Indonesia like micro or very small lending mechanism called KUR, and it based on it's for poor people and for young and initiator in investment in many sectors. My point is, we know that the climate action sector or climate sector is less favorable and perhaps not too bankable to the bank actually. So when, for example, there are 10 investment proposals, 8 is for the regular sectors and 2 for the climate action sectors. I believe that the 2 is neglected, and the bank will focus on the 8, which has the regular return and clearly very clear return in the future. So I mean, is it necessary to build a new regulation for to make the 2 investors can be bankable? I mean that should we be more flexible to the 2 or to the climate action sector than the regular sector? I mean, that's my point. Is.
I think if I understand, I mean, one of the things that Indonesia does well, right, is you've taken a focus on small-scale farmers, and you've actually almost regulated that these banks have to loan to these small-scale farmers, right? And they struggle to do that. So we're seeing some intermediaries do this, but that's kind of a top-down decision that it may not be the most attractive returns for the banks, but you need to do that, right? So I think a very similar, in my view, is that if you take this top-down approach, that we have to fund out some of these, basically mitigation or adaptation, then there has to be some incentive for the bank, at least a portion of that, maybe those loans going to a certain portion, right? So that's one effect, and I think there's this push-pull of are there other business models that make it slightly more attractive, and we are starting to see some companies, as I indicated before, that are helping some of these small-scale farmers become more bankable. So it actually is becoming, if you combine insurance plus better genetics plus irrigation, right? Your risk profile goes down where these companies are much more bankable. So I think over time, a lot of these projects will become more bankable, but it's a chicken or egg type solution of you need to have this top-down approach that a certain portion has to go to some of these projects, right? Like you've done with some of these small-scale farmers.
And a second question is for Christophe. You said earlier about the waste management in Cambodia. Actually, we in Indonesia have already built waste management which more environmental friendly. But unfortunately, one city, Solo, currently have a lot of capacity for the waste itself. So unfortunately, Solo cannot maximize its capacity in the waste management system. Instead of it can produce electricity to be sold to the PLN, or the residue can be sold as briquette to other companies, they cannot maximize their potential because of the waste supply of the waste is lower than what they are expected. Do you have any like ideas or insight to reduce that, to solve that problem? Thank you.
Well, I think that's very relevant to what we were mentioning. We are a waste collection company, and before we implement a sorting and treatment process or project, what we need to clearly determine is the characterization of the waste, the quality of the waste. For example, in Cambodia, we have more than 50% of organic waste. We only have 20% of plastic. And the volumes of the waste are very important. So I don't know why the volumes of waste that you currently collect are not at the level that were established, because I guess they were studied at some point. But it's either you cannot collect from different operators, different collection companies, and that's an issue that needs to be addressed, very early. You need to make sure that you can obtain the flow of waste from all the operators in a very reliable manner, and that the authorities will actually enforce that. And you need to have the quality of your waste very well assessed, I guess. So then the last one is probably the increase of the volumes has been anticipated, and but that's an issue that can only be solved with time, because in any case, my guess is that in Indonesia, those urban centers are growing pretty fast, and so it's an increase of the waste per capita or per person, but also increase at the city level because of the urbanization. So I'm not sure I have a clear answer to this, but this, I guess, is my assessment.
Thank you, Christophe. Is there any further questions to our two speakers? Gentleman from Fiji.
Yeah. My name is Solo from Fiji. My background is taking more on agriculture background, so more on a technical background. So the questions I have is trying to linking up the technical knowledge that we have to gather for the investment, so enabling environment for investment purposes in terms of NBS, particularly on adaptations projects. Okay, speaking on Fiji local context, we have a number of small islands in a similar settings with other Pacific neighboring islands, where most of the islands are on atolls. Atolls set islands with no mountains and rely so much, and we have a common challenges in terms of water availability, especially during prolonged drought period, and also a risk of being vulnerable to more changing weather patterns in terms of rainfall intensity and temperature that affects our value chain system on agricultural productions for ensuring food security as a whole in the country. We have numerous projects that has been running together with opportunities for funding from GEF and other donors, but very less in engagement of our private partners along this line. So do you have an experience on a similar scenario that you can share with us so that it can help us and guide us in trying to leverage or upscaling the current work that we are doing in case of NBS on adaptations?
So you basically, if I understand, asking how we could attract more private investors for NBS projects in the context of your country. Is that right?
Yeah, I think there's obviously the short answer is yes, but it depends, right? So it's what are the needs here, and there's certain things that there's technology advancements, right? And I think I missed some of that with some of your question on there, but the water, what's happening on a lot of these islands, this happens in Bali and other areas, as you start to run out of water, it goes down, the saline levels start to increase. So, again, being able to filter, either having crops that are more saline tolerant or being able to reuse more water. Am I getting some of those?
Yes, along those lines.
So, I do think, having some of those solutions, people are willing to, put some money in. And again, it's where is the offtake and where are the economics of putting in some of those technologies and having that regulatory framework, or is there concessionary capital to at least evaluate, what the economics of doing that is. I did mention, depending on the crops, one of the things we're looking at a technology we're about to invest in is it concentrates juices or coconut water or whatever flavor in a very energy efficient way at about 8:1. And then what you do is ship off the concentrate product again where it's going and reuse the water to actually irrigate the land. So that's an interesting kind of technological solution for some of these issues on the water side of things. But again, for more traditional, whether again adaptation for like seaweed or for some of the other portions, there is concessionary capital, but you might have even more information on that.
I think in general this is, and your colleagues at IUCN can talk more about that, but it's true that at the moment it's been a challenge to find NBS project that can attract private investors, because we're still, fiddling with the business model that will attract private investors that are willing to take the risk. We're hoping that blended finance models can help, because we have this patient capital, we have this catalytic capital that is helping the private investor accept this risk, but it's we are aware of the challenge of funding NBS projects, and this is really something that we work in collaboration, and I think that's really the consortium is working on that. I think my colleague Jaylan from IUCN is happy to add a little bit into that.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for your questions and remarks. I think generally around nature-based solutions, and we have this discussion a lot within the SCF and with our colleagues when we're looking at projects that come through the TA pipeline. Matthias and I know with Caitlin, so we'll be focusing on some of the tools and the criteria and the self-assessment that we go. But through the SCF, when we look at projects, it's first of all, I mean, depending, Christoph and Peter have been talking about projects that are not necessarily evident, and MBS in renewable energy is not an evident thing. So we also work on the basis that not every project is necessarily going to be a nature-based solutions if you take into consideration the standard and all the criteria that it has to fulfill. So when we look at projects, it's at the project's MBS potential, and we're very our head of conservation assurance management isn't here because she's very particular about the language. So we're always looking at the project's potential for MBS. And the fact that not every project, so when we're looking the same thing, the projects that come through the SCF pipeline, we look at their potential. There are going to be some projects that just are not going to be MBS just because of their very nature. And the idea of the technical assistance facility really is to try to see where the gaps are. So there's like a traffic light system. I mean, Matthias, I'm sure, is going to take you through that this afternoon. And the idea of the technical assistance, therefore, is to help support the project in the areas where its MBS potential is lacking, or it's not so strong. Ultimately, we're going to find that some projects are not going to be MBS. At the end of the day, you need to look at what it is, that the impact it is that you are trying to achieve, and then it's called some other intervention. So it's some projects can be holistically, and I think agriculture is one of those sectors where you can see that holistically. Others, like I said, and Christoph and Peter have been speaking to the examples, are not necessarily going to be so.
Thanks a lot, Jalen. Christoph, is there any project that would qualify as what we call the nature-based solution, where really, do you see any? Have you seen any of those projects in your role? And not currently yet. This is no problem.
No, very few.
Yeah, that's. But hopefully it's coming, and we're gonna find ways to create a good project on that.
I do want to leave that, I think one of the interesting things that's happening is that there is investment around the ecosystem and what we'll call kind of dual use technologies or dual use, whether it's kind of satellite technologies, which again will be able to measure type of things and some of the genetics that is happening today in current commercial side. So I do think that people are interested, where investments into kind of invasive species that are, killing off some of the invasive species that are taking down the forestry that are dual use today. So I do think that ecosystem is building out as well on a commercial level, so that when we do get these projects going forward, there will be the tools and other technologies as well.
Thanks for the positive words. That's the encouragements we need. We're approaching the end. I could take one or two more questions if there are any from our audience. Not yet, and there'll be more opportunities this afternoon to discuss a project in the session led by Matthias, and then Jaylan will have another conversation with Peter where we can, address some of those questions from another angle. Do you want to have a couple of words to conclude, Christoph?
No, I think what was discussed is great. This is something that we've been hoping for many years, at least in Cambodia. I think that the support, the technical assistance, the blended finance instruments are key for projects to be able to really thrive and be developed in Cambodia. So very happy to see a lot of support in that space, especially infrastructure, which is quite capital intensive.
Thanks a lot for participating all the way from Cambodia and for sharing your insight. Peter?
Thanks a lot.
I think just, to close it out, I think what encourages me is that we have like senior level people from these various countries that are super interested in this and super concerned. I also see on the ground of the young people that want to be involved in this sector and the talent level. But I also think about, one of the other pools of capitals we talk about, it's government agencies, it's young people, it's also family offices, wealthy people that are looking at this as well. So for that, I'm encouraged about what's happening in this space and in the investment side of it. But very encouraged that it's getting this high level of attention from all of you.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Peter. And you know, I share the feeling. It's positive. We've heard that, you know, Southeast Asia is booming with lots of very good projects coming up. Impact investors are, you know, ready to roll up their sleeves. We've heard from the experience of two senior impact advisors and investors. Governments have a role to play by providing a stable regulatory environment, and we're hoping that projects like the SCF can also contribute. You know, blended finance model would allow us to go into riskier projects. We really think the technical assistance can also really help scale up some of those projects and fill in the gaps when it comes to adding feasibility studies and all type of studies to look for those elements. Well, thank you very much, Peter and Christophe. It was a pleasure, and I will maybe call Satrio to the stage just to lead us for the rest of the day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. So first off, let's thank them by giving them a big round of applause. And also, I would like to invite Peter and Christophe to stay around for the 4 p.m. session, where we will have like a wrap-up session to discuss what's next, because I think we will continue the discussion during that particular session, just like what you know, before we've heard from the public sector participants, and we would love to have the private sector participants to be around as well for that concluding session. So now we are off for lunch. So we have until, I believe, until 2 o'clock. So we'll be coming back here at 2 o'clock for another interesting session focusing on case studies and tools, where partners such as from IUCN and Gold Standards and Catalytic will be presenting about you know, interesting projects and tools that can be used to catalyze projects further. So with that, yeah, let's have the break now and see you at 2 p.m. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. So I know the session after lunch is often the hardest because we start to feel sleepy, but you know, you can always get the coffee and tea and bring back your cups here. And so before I give the floor to my colleague who will be leading this very interesting session on tools and case studies, I just wanted to remind you again about two things. So at the corner over there, you'll find again the sign-up sheet for the bilateral meetings tomorrow. So if you haven't signed up yet, I would encourage you to do so as soon as possible to ensure that you will find a slot to have discussions with the SCF consortium partners. And then the second thing, as you can see, there are also my colleagues from IUCN who can help you with the DSA and other logistical arrangements. So you're more than welcome to contact them, maybe during your break, this afternoon. So without further ado, I would like to invite my colleague Matthias Piaggio, who's an economist from the IUCN economics team. He's based in Washington, D.C., to take the floor and lead the session on how to develop high impact and high integrity projects.
Great. Thank you, Satrio. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we have the presentation? Very, very excited to start this session and talking more about how to develop high impact and high integrity projects, and also to talk about the concepts of nature-based solutions for IUCN. Do I have a control? Okay. So I will ask Cecilia Serin from Catalytic Finance Initiative to join us for this session, as well as Caitlin Drake from Gold Standard. The session will have, first I will give you an introduction to nature-based solutions and project investments, and review the main concepts, and also give you a walk through some tools we are developing from IUCN. Next, Cecilia will talk us about developing and implementing high-impact investment projects, and finally, Caitlin will talk about the fund requirements and impact certification. At the end, we'll have 20 minutes, half an hour for questions and answers, so please take notes and shoot us later. So I'll start mostly with the presentations on MBS and project investments. So just as a little bit motivation, this has been all over the place in the last 2 days, but we are facing a planetary crisis, mostly related to pollution, climate change, biodiversity loss, and that needs effective, robust, and ambitious solutions. And nature can definitely give us that. It has been proved that nature-based solutions can provide and tackle several societal challenges, including like 37% of the greenhouse gases reduction we need to meet to reach the Paris Agreement. It's been proved that nature-based solution can help us to improve water quality, to lose damages from disaster risks, to reduce disaster risks, damages. So they have significant benefits for us. But what are nature-based solutions? Because there are thousands of different concepts on that. Here I'm putting you the definition approved by United Nations last year, that was rectified this year. Nature-based, and this is based on IUCN definition proposed a few years ago. Nature-based solutions, they have 3 main components: are actions to protect, conserve, restore, sustainably use and manage natural or modified ecosystems, which address social challenges effectively and adaptively, and that bring simultaneously benefits to humans as well as to biodiversity. So there's a lot of ways of reaching them through protection, conservation, restoration, sustainable use, need to address societal challenges adaptively and effectively, and needs to provide benefits for both biodiversity and humans. it's very important to have a definition. There are a lot of confusions about what definitions of nature-based solutions are. And this is why this has been put in paper after long process and discussions and review. And nature-based solutions are quite different, for example, from nature-derived solutions. For example, things like eolic energy, solar energy, they are derived from nature, but they are not a nature. It's not an ecosystem management itself. Or nature-inspired solutions, many engineers inspired on the functions of ecosystems that are replicated through gray infrastructure. Here are just some examples of how they look. Can be implemented through water funds to protect upstream catchments, landscape restoration in agroforestry projects, protected areas, urban nature-based solutions, that is interventions to protect from floods, from landslides, to increase green areas for recreation, or related, or all of them can be related for bio businesses and do direct production, for example, from cocoa agroforestry farms or coffee agroforestry farms. And now this is black. Okay, so let me stand in one very important part of the definition. Because now we've been talking about, okay, these are ways of protecting, conserving, use and manage the natural modified ecosystems that address societal challenges. There's a very important part that is to do it effectively and adaptively. It's important that not only is about the ecosystem and how we restore it or manage it or protect it, but needs to be also done in a certain way that is inclusive and adaptively. For that is that after a long process, IUCN has developed what is called the IUCN Global Standard for Nature-Based Solutions, that currently nowadays is mostly a self-assessment tool that follows 8 criteria and 28 indicators. The criteria are mostly dedicated to identify the societal challenges, the scale of the project, that they are implemented in a way that is economically feasible. There are biodiversity net gains. They are implemented through an inclusive governance. The trade-offs on the services and the benefits from implemented nature-based solutions are considered, and as well as being done in an adaptive way. So it's not only about protecting or restoring an ecosystem or in adopting nature into a productive process, it's also about the way they are being implemented, and that needs a long process related not only to the nature but also to stakeholder engagement and considering trade-offs. How to use the standard? Currently, it's a self-assessment tool that can help you to self-assess if your interventions fulfill the different criteria and the different indicators, and at the end, you will be able to know if the intervention or the proposal adheres to the standard or not, can help you to inform internal and external stakeholders on the means of verification, or to make sure the indicators you need for monitoring and reporting on the impacts on biodiversity, and to identify areas of improvement. What is the gap between my current intervention and what will be a nature-based solutions in accordance to the standard? In the future, it's expected also a certification process is going to be developed, and nature-based solutions could be certified in accordance to the standard. So we already introduced 2 main concepts, nature-based solutions, the standard. Let's see how we can help to enhance and to increase the nature-based solutions into investment projects. It's very well known there is a large financial gap to finance nature-based solutions. Currently, there's a spending of around 154 billion per year is expected by 2015, that 674 billion will be needed. We have a gap of around 520 billion. Target 19 of the Global Biodiversity Framework in December 2022 during the Kunming Montreal CBD COP. The Global Biodiversity Framework was approved, and Target 19 calls to increase financial flows of all kinds, public, private, to at least 200 billion per year. So the question here is on how we can help to fill this gap. Are there current flows are not now counted as going to nature? Where the opportunities to increase the flows to nature? So let me show you the kind of work we are doing now and which tools we are developing. This describes a very high level the project investment process or cycle of a project development, where usually the project starts with project screening. That is, there's a call for proposals, they are screening for eligibility criterions, risk screening, impact screening. Some projects are selected, a thorough assessment of the project starts, where they do an impact and social impact assessment, a thorough due diligence, and environmental and social management strategy and safeguards are designed to tackle the potential risk. And during the implementation, monitoring, reporting, and verification is conducted. If all of these end up being consistent with the standard, can end up with a certification of the nature-based solution when this will be developed. So we are developing mostly 4 tools. One of the main things we've been requested and asked by our partners in different meetings is, okay, but we need to know better what's a nature-based solution, where in the process can come. So we are developing for a screening tool to identify ecosystem-based approaches that can fit into investment projects. That is, there's an agricultural project, there is an urban project that identifies certain risks, certain dependencies, and will help to assess how nature can help to mitigate those risks. And that is going to be an add-on during the project screening. Now you imagine you are a fund manager, you are a planning ministry, a rich sub-regional government, you have a set of interventions or nature-based solutions projects that can be implemented, and you have limited budget, so you would like to prioritize them. We are also going, this is planned to be done next year, to do a prioritization tool that takes into consideration not also return rates, but also the impacts on climate and the impacts on biodiversity, and assessing with multi-criteria analysis how to prioritize these different alternatives. A key thing there is about how to measure the impacts on biodiversity robustly. And you heard me talking about, since yesterday, about the system of environmental ecosystem accounting. I'm going to talk more about this later today, but we are also developing some pilots and guidance to measure key performance indicators at project levels in a robust way that aligns with international standards on natural capital accounting. And the 4th tool we are developing nowadays is we have this self-assessment tool to assess projects against the standard with 8 criterions, 28 indicators, 100 guiding questions. It's very hard to know where to find the answers. So we are providing guidance on where during this process, if during the screening, in which stages of the assessment, or in which tools used during the assessment, it's going to be more feasible to find answers to use the self-assessment tool and understand the gap towards the standard. Let me go a little bit deeper in only 2 of them. So the screening tool to identify ecosystem-based approaches in investment projects departs from a conceptual framework that describes mostly the relationships between nature and businesses. That comes from the Task Force for Nature Disclosure. In this stage, we call them ecosystem-based approaches. They are mostly activities based on ecosystems, because for calling them nature-based solutions, we need to see how they are assessed against the standard. So businesses relate with the environment in many ways. They are located in ecosystems because they are spatially taking place. They extract resources from the environment. They emit pollution or different kind of emissions. These are impact drivers that might have impacts on biodiversity. That can be ecosystems, extend ecosystem conditions, species, but also they get benefits from the nature, that is their dependencies. For example, if they produce agricultural products, lot of those, the value of those agricultural products comes from functions of the ecosystems that help them combine with produce capital with labor, end up in the product is being sold. So these dependencies, impact drivers, and impacts generate risk. And for example, if they do agricultural activities have run off to water streams, they end up in polluting the water streams and generates risk for the environment. Or also increasing vulnerability or soil degradation might be a risk for the business itself. So there are opportunities to mitigate those risks. Nature-based solutions are a mean to mitigate those risks. So the tool we are preparing has mostly two stages. First, we are now reviewing and summarizing different frameworks out there that mostly do a risk assessment in a qualitative way. That is, project developers or investment managers are asked a series of screening questions, are very similar to what are already into the screening process of every fund manager on the risk screening, but we are extending this to dependencies. Dependencies are not always so explicit. From there, we'll be able to identify the key risks, and we are going to link this with a thorough list of ecosystem-based activities that can help to mitigate those risks. We already gather like 166 activities. I missed the one there. 166 for the 4 SCF sectors. This process is under curation. It's expected to be ready early next year, but it's a way of trying to help the fund managers and the project developers. If we are developing a project in a certain location, what are our main risks and dependencies that can be, whose risk, what are our main impact drivers and dependencies whose risk can be mitigated through nature-based solutions, and what are the main options. This is not a constrained list of activities, but it's going to be kind of a guidance list of activities by sector. Let me jump to the second tool I would like to talk today, and it's about measuring investment impacts on biodiversity. That is, we are implementing, now we identify our risk and how to mitigate them through activities based on ecosystems. We want to be sure about the impact they have on biodiversity is correctly accounted. Here we go. This figure is a figure, again, taken from the Task Force for Nature Disclosure, where you can see that at the top level is the Global Biodiversity Framework from the Kunming-Montreal I mentioned earlier, that have a series of goals and targets, and many of them can be derived from the system of environmental ecosystem accounting. There is a large need to measure the financial flows going to nature. This is related to Target 19. And also there is a large need to harmonize how to measure the impacts on nature or the dependencies from nature across different initiatives. That is, here it shows from low to up that there are many reasons why to measure the dependencies, impact drivers, and impacts on nature for a company who wants, for example, to design a biodiversity strategy to fulfill market regulations at national, regional, or international level, that you need really to prove from where your products and the impact of your products to be certified by international standards like GRI. And if this is done consistent in a way that also helps countries to measure their contributions to GBF, this will be really a good contribution. It's expected in the future because the system of environmental ecosystem accounting is behind many of the indicators in GBF. This will turn, for example, a requirement by investors to be followed in that way. So let me talk to you a little bit about what the system of environmental economic accounts are. It's an integrated biophysical and economic framework that is measures both the variables in biophysical terms, ecosystem extent, ecosystem condition, ecosystem flows, in physical terms, and also in monetary terms. Ecosystem flows can be measured in monetary terms. For example, you can measure the tons of certain agricultural products and their value. The same can be done for different kinds of ecosystem services, including regulation services like water quality protection. It's consistent with the United Nations Statistical Commission international standards in a way that it's really what countries are going to implement for their national capital accounting at national level. And nowadays, we can easily visualize that, for example, we all know what is GDP. GDP is derived from national accounts. National accounts come from what countries report to the taxes office, for example. This is going to be implemented in the future regarding to nature, and it's good to start moving forward and aligning and helping to shape it from the beginning. Otherwise, you'll have to adopt it later. It's consistent across scale, from project side, business, sub-regional level, country level. Across time, you can track your operations of your business or your region at different moments of time, and also make it comparable internationally. If you are an investment manager investing in several places, this information you can compare across countries. And it allows you to report to different other indicators. For example, it's beyond of many of the SDGs and many of the headline, at least 11 indicators in the global biodiversity framework can be derived from this system. It has two main components. One is the central framework. It's more focused or based in the structure of the economy and national accounts and focus on resources use and emissions. The other is the ecosystem accounting framework, is spatial explicit and depart from the accounting for the ecosystem extent, their condition and their services more broadly. So both these frameworks are linked then to national accounts and to beneficiaries. The first one is very useful to account for impact drivers. The second one gave us a spatial explicit metrics for the state of nature and the dependencies. So why to do natural capital accounting consistent with SCF? There are many reasons. First, it makes nature explicit for decision makers and is a thorough and comprehensive framework. It's not like cherry picking those variables that I really want to track, but as a base where we need to follow and track nature in a comprehensive way, is standardized across and comparable with other statistics, and provides a framework not only for national accounts, not only at project level, as said before, can also be implemented. For example, today in the session in the morning, we are talking about blue bonds. You can measure the performance indicators of the blue bonds consistent with SCF. So it's a framework that really can be applied in many dimensions and made them comparable. So as final remarks, we have a large funding gap and we need to develop new models, new business models to include ecosystem-based activities. And the impact of these activities needs to be measured in a way that is robust and comparable with international standards. And also the implementation needs to be effective, adaptively, and in an inclusive way. We have SCF and we have the IUCN MBS standard to help us to do that. So there are thousands of broader applications, and we are here to help to adopt and implement these international standards to the project, because there is really where the action is being taken. So that's all from my side. We'll take all questions at the end. We'll give the place to Cecilia now. Taking here or there, as you wish.
I think I'll stay here. No, I just need the clicker. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Matthias, for this detailed info about NBS project. My presentation is going to be a little bit more practical, because it's really going to be focused on what are we looking for at the SCF for projects to enter into our pipeline. Because what we want is to see more projects coming from your countries. We want to be able, to receive eligible projects. So I'm hoping that will be useful. Done. And so this is our internal process. This is our project. Go through the process. So it starts with the submission. On our website, we have a portal called the Submission Project Portal, where you can submit your project. Everything's explained, but if we can start the little video, we have a video on the website that will explain that in detail.
Hi, and welcome to the Subnational Climate Fund Initiative, SCF. This video is here to help you understand how your project would flow through the 7 stages of our project pipeline. Stage 1, submission. The first step is to submit a project for consideration or investment and potentially technical assistance through our online portal. There is a list of eligibility criteria on the website, so we encourage potential applicants to read them carefully, since projects not meeting these requirements won't be processed. Stage 2, screening. For projects that do pass our initial screening, the SCF team will check the information and documentation submitted, so as to prioritize those with sufficient maturity to be viable. We then will reach out to the project sponsors accordingly for further information. Stage 3, pre-feasibility assessment. If the assessment made through the exchanges yields a positive result, the project will now enter into the pre-feasibility assessment stage. Here we will identify the main gaps of the project and assess the need for technical assistance to overcome them. This could be a market study of the outputs created by the project, or scoping to prepare for a full feasibility study. We conduct this stage of the assessment through frequent communication with the project developer and field visits to stakeholder meetings to verify details. Our aim is really to answer the big questions before moving on to more detailed analyses. Stage 4, full feasibility assessment. At this stage, a full feasibility study is scoped, designed, and agreed with the project sponsor. The agreement must include an equity investment right, because the TA is to help prepare projects become more bankable for the SCF to invest in. Then, a TA proposal will be presented to the SCF's decision-making body for approval. Once approved, the feasibility study will be carried out by our team in cooperation with the project developer. Stage 5, investment decision. The results of the feasibility study now move on to the SCF's investment committee for review. From there, a full due diligence and deal structuring is conducted before a final decision is made by the committee. If the decision is positive, contracts are signed with the project sponsor and capital is provided accordingly. Stage 6, asset management. As long as SCF remains a shareholder in the project, the investee must comply with their environmental, social, and governance policy. This entails monitoring, verification, and reporting of ESG, as well as impacts on a regular basis. Stage 7, exit. Finally, the SCF will exit the investment by selling its equity share to other investors who will take over the ownership. Hopefully this video provides you with a clear overview of the SCF's project pipeline flow. For information about the SCF, the submission portal, and more, click the links provided below the video. Good luck. We look forward to receiving your project applications.
Perfect. So I hope this video was helpful, really explaining how we use our internal process. So I'm going to deep dive a little bit now into more what the eligibility criteria are for moving to stage 3 and beyond. So the first thing is the project has to be located in a beneficiary country. So Indonesia, Fiji, Cambodia, you qualify, that's number one. The second is the sector that we have mentioned before. So it needs to be either in waste and water management, renewable energy, urban development solution, or sustainable agriculture. We've already gone through what some of those are. And the third component is the expected total capital contribution by the SCF. So those is between 5 to 75 million USD. So unfortunately this morning we talked about small project. They are outside of the scope. This is what we called mid-sized project. So this is always very important to keep that into consideration. We also really want the projects that we have to be replicable and scalable. And of course, returns on investment. This is very important because actually that would be often one of the reasons why we can't go further with some of the projects that we receive. Those are projects that we are doing and expecting a return on investment. So they have to be commercially viable projects. This is a very important step. Then we have criteria that are related to the expected impact, but at a minimum, the project does not fall under the exclusion list in the SCF environmental and social management system. The exclusion list is available from our website. Another one is that the project needs to be a greenfield project. What does this mean is that we support either new activities, improvements, or new constructions. And last but not least, this is an impact fund. So the project is expected to contribute positively to always climate action. This is a climate fund, so it needs to reduce in some ways CO2 emissions and at least 2 other SDGs, which can be any of the others. And this is also limited to environmental and social risk. This is another category from the GCF that is available from our website. All those info are available from the website. You can, on the subnational.finance, project submission, you find all the details. To make it more concrete, I'm going to run you through, again, the same examples as yesterday, because that's some of the best examples that we have from the region. So if we take the project for aquaculture, the shrimp farm in Indonesia, well, country is good, sector is good, that's a minimum requirement. This is also a greenfield project where the capital will support new activities. So it will support the development of a new farm. We also received the financial figure for this project that we're not allowed to disclose, but that met our minimum expected IRR. So this is a project that we believe is commercially viable and can deliver impact. So in terms of impact, this number one, as I mentioned, climate action. This one, the aquaculture farm would either improve or develop under the project are designed to increase efficiency and sustainability. The project will implement mangrove protection and restoration programs with associated carbon sequestration. Mangrove store approximately 900 tons of carbons per hectare. So we expecting to save significant amount of carbon through this project. So this is the minimum that we expect. Then there's two more that are very relevant for us is SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. In most of a project, we look at the impact on creating jobs for the population, and we also really look at jobs for women. This is something that is always important in our eyes. So this is in between SDG 8 and 5. We have a Women in Aquaculture apprenticeship program that is part of the project to empower female entrepreneurs in this industry. 4 new high-skilled STEM jobs on the farm, a target of 75% of hires would be women, and promoting more women in decision making. So this is a project that has qualified for the technical assistance. It doesn't mean that it will be invested by the fund. This is another, if you saw in the video, this is achieving phase 3 and 4. Then so we are, in that sense, we're helping make this project bankable by providing the technical assistance. The decision from the fund is separate. This is quite important to make the distinctions. Receiving technical assistance doesn't mean that the project will be funded by SCF. The second example that we have is the project in Cambodia, the project for sorting and composting plant. So again, in terms of the criteria, it's in one of our beneficiary country. The sector is waste management. It is a greenfield project because this is the capital would be used for building new sorting and composting plant and buying new trucks. The IRR is in line with what we expect. So in terms of the minimum criteria, it's met all of them. So it was eligible for technical assistance. So in that sense, this project will receive funds for feasibility study. And in terms of impact, it says again Indonesia, but this is really the impact for the Cambodia project. Again, it's the same SDGs. I mean, it's often the one that we're looking at. Climate action, we really expect that the project will have an impact on reducing carbon emissions, because the waste that would not be picked up would otherwise be burnt with high level of emissions and also significant consequence on the health of the population. This project will also have important impact on SDG 8 because in Cambodia, like in many developing countries, the workforce a majority of the workforce is informal, especially in waste. It's informal pickers, waste pickers. Through that project, the pickers would be employed. This is also part of the feasibility. The pre-feasibility study is really to look at how we can make sure that the informal workers are taken into consideration. This is an impact that we really want to have. And on SDG 5, we want to make sure that at least 45% of the job will be occupied by women. So those are two of the examples from the region, 2 projects that are commercially viable and that have impact. So those are projects that are eligible and are receiving grant money from the fund to make their project even more bankable. As I said, doesn't mean that the SCF will invest, but no matter what, we're hoping that it is preparing those projects for investment, being by SCF or another. That's it on my end, but I'll be very happy, as we've mentioned a few times, there's opportunities to ask questions tomorrow on one-on-one, so if you want more specific questions about some of the projects that we've received from your countries, at which stage they are, why they passed, why they didn't. I mean, why they don't is often the same answer. So I'll be very happy to walk you through it, and I hope I've made it a little bit simpler for you to understand what we expect and how you can encourage projects in your countries to come through our pipeline. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Cecilia, for this very didactic presentation of how the pipeline development process is. And again, we'll have time for questions and answers at the end of the session, but also if you would like a more specific one-to-one discussion, don't lose the chance to sign up for the one-to-one discussions tomorrow in the sheets, the forms that are at the end of the room. We'll now give place to Caitlin Drake, who's going to talk about the fund certification.
So I'm just going to start with a super quick recap from yesterday's session on the technical assistance facility on the fund requirements. So the fund requirements which are currently being piloted by SCF are a process and performance framework that gets you to consider impact criteria at each stage of the investment cycle. So whilst the fund requirements are the overarching framework in which SCF are going to be certified, they also rely on a lot of the core principles, requirements, safeguards, stakeholder consultation requirements, and impact methodologies that are a standard part of our regular gold standard for the global goals. And I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on what these core documents look like, what they mean, what the assessment tools that we've been talking a lot about look like as well. So this is sort of just an overarching picture of what our modular standard documentation looks like. The real impact that we need to produce through the SCF needs to go beyond just risk mitigation and ESG metrics. It needs to go forward beyond that to actual positive measured outcomes at both the investment level and the portfolio level as well. And sorry, the video's gone. So these impacts need to be assured by a third party. They need to be positive, they need to be measured against an actual baseline, and they need to use credible methodologies to actually do this as well. So this is really where gold standard comes in. So as said, the fund requirements are really just one roadmap, one route through our regular modular standard. And each investment in the SCF and each project needs to use the gold standard principles to ensure that a do no harm approach is applied across the entire portfolio. So what does this look like? It consists of several different documents, one of which is the safeguarding principles and requirements, which consists of a safeguarding assessment that needs to be completed by each investment, and this ensures that any risk to the project is found, and if there is a risk, then these risks are monitored and managed, and mitigation measures are put in place to ensure that they don't do any harm to the project itself. Secondly, we have the stakeholder consultation requirements. These are also applied to every investment in the fund. They ensure that stakeholders are informed of decisions in the project before it actually starts. Any issues are raised, feedback from stakeholders are given to the project developers, and this is incorporated into the design and things like that. It also gives the stakeholders a grievance mechanism that they can raise issues throughout the life of the fund and the investment itself, and it agrees the terms for engagement throughout the investment as well. And then secondly, we have the activity requirements, and these are more specific to different sectors, different technology types. And they provide more specific eligibility criteria and things like that. So just for example, we have one of these being the land use and forestry activity requirements. These apply to agriculture projects, afforestation, reforestation projects, and for example, one of the criteria here is that They need to ensure that there's no deforestation within the project boundary at least 10 years before the project start date as well. So moving beyond the principles and the activity requirements, we come to impact rather than just risk mitigation. So Gold Standard we have 50 plus methodologies, both original and also recognized by other certification mechanisms. And these can be used to calculate the emission reduction, so carbon mitigation in each investment type against a defined baseline, so against the business as usual scenario. And as well as SDG 13, we can also measure and monitor all of the other SDGs using the Gold Standard SDG Impact Assessment tool. And I'll get into what that looks like in a little bit. So as Cecilia mentioned before, all of the investments in the projects in SCF need to contribute to at least 3 SDGs. One of these, for every project, needs to be SDG 13. However, this doesn't necessarily have to be carbon mitigation. It can be and/or adaptation as well. So in the case of the fund requirements, these measured and monitored impacts result in the form of a claim rather than in a carbon credit project where it results in a tradable asset. And these claims represent a contribution that has been made by the fund at the portfolio level to each of these SDG targets. So I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on what each of these documents looks like now. So the safeguards are really in place as a risk mitigation technique, as I mentioned before. Most projects or investments in the fund or in carbon credit projects as well, they do have the potential to cause negative impact. And safeguards are really there to identify this negative impact before it can do any real damage. They're there to ensure that when these negative impacts are found, they're monitored and managed in a way that means that the project will do no harm in the overall run. So each project in the fund needs to be screened against these safeguards as well. As well as IFC performance standards, so the two are sort of combined and they're screened against these at the go, no-go feasibility stage. To achieve performance certification, each investment in the fund needs to actually do a safeguarding assessment. And you can see an example on the screen of what this looks like there. These are just a couple of the safeguarding requirements that we have in Gold Standard. And it's sort of a checklist criteria. Is there the potential for negative impact to occur in this project for XYZ? So moving on towards the SDG 13 methodologies, so actual positive impact rather than risk mitigation. So I said we have over 50 methodologies to determine the emission reductions against a baseline. These are just a few examples of what these methodologies look like for the different sectors and technology types that we have. So these methodologies, along with their requirements for calculating baseline, calculating emission reduction, they're sorted via technology type, and so the monitoring approaches, the data collection, these are all different depending on, obviously, if it's a renewable energy project, if it's energy efficiency, waste generation, clean development mechanism, community service activities, different technology types like that. So what does the methodology look like? It usually consists of methods for calculating a baseline scenario, which is more of a narrative, business as usual description, and then also the baseline calculation, which is a numerative value. And then we have the emission calculation reduction on top of that, as well as looking at potential leakages for carbon, quality assessment, quality assurance, different components like that. So beyond SDG 13, we also have different methods rather than methodologies for calculating impacts towards other SDGs as well. And this is done in our SDG impact assessment tool. So this provides guidance on the monitoring frequency, the measurement procedure, quality controls, that sort of thing that are required for each chosen monitoring indicator in accordance to the SDG targets of the fund. So for example, you can see here what this SDG assessment tool looks like in practice. it's sort of a standardized template to easily and transparently monitor SDG impacts across the chosen SDGs. So it guides you through a step-by-step approach for collating data across all of the chosen targeted SDGs. And this stepwise approach begins with first selecting the project type, so renewable energy, for example, and then the SDG in which you want to monitor impact. Thirdly, the monitoring indicator is chosen. So for SDG 13, this might be the amount of greenhouse gas emissions reduced or sequestered, or for SDG 5, gender, this could be the amount of women in leadership positions. And then fourth, we have the guidelines for designing the monitoring and reporting approach. So this is more like the impact metrics that are considered at this stage. So tons of CO2 equivalent, the number of households with increased access to renewable energy, that sort of thing. How often these impact metrics are monitored, the calculation techniques as well. And then the final approach, the final step, is actually inputting the values into these different, designed for monitoring, reporting, and verification. So this results in the quantified baseline, and then year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, the different impacts that you're producing as a result. So under the fund requirements, each individual project has to complete this SDG assessment tool, and the actual impacts for the SDGs are reported at the portfolio level rather than at the individual investment level. So as well as developing new methodologies for SDG 13, we also add new monitoring indicators for the other SDGs as well. So for example, in SDG 11, which is one of the target SDGs for SCF, we've added new monitoring indicators into this tool in line with feedback that we're receiving from SCF from the piloting process as well. So as we've said a lot this past few days, we are trying to drive impact at scale rather than just on a project-by-project basis. And SCF is just one example of how we're doing this in a traditional blended finance sense, but we're also doing it across other blended finance vehicles as well, in, for example, in supply chains, landscapes, looking at applying new tools, new methodologies for other types of blended finance vehicles as well. And one example of this is the adaptation requirements that we have. So as I mentioned before, SDG 13 can be investments into and claims for carbon mitigation, but it can also be adaptation as well. So we're working to drive this through the adaptation framework, which we developed with Resilient Cities Catalyst. And this is basically a roadmap for project developers to consider risk, to consider hazard analysis, the different exposed parties and how they're affected by climate change, and how to prioritize these different risks and manage for them in the long run as well to protect investments. And I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on the adaptation just because it's one of the newest tools that we've developed that have been applied to an SCF project in the pipeline already, and we've talked a lot about adaptation in the last few days as well. So the adaptation requirements themselves consist of 5 steps. The first being defining the project definition brief. This is sort of a preliminary hazard analysis. The team, you need to have climate experts, adaptation experts, and also identifying plans for data collection, the scope of the project. And then secondly, we have the climate-focused stakeholder education. So this is really about establishing a two-way communication between the stakeholders and the project developers. This is ingrained into every step of the process rather than just one. It really relies on the individuals in the community knowing what is affecting them at that time. And thirdly, we have the project concept development. So this is where the bulk of the data analysis, the data collection takes place. The hazard analysis, risk assessment, and prioritization as well. Fourth, we have the technical project design and planning, and then fifth, we have the adaptive management and project governance. So this is really about, as new climate scenarios come to realization, feeding this learning back into the management process and adaptively learning from that. So the preliminary stages of this adaptation framework were applied to an SCF project in the Galapagos, an ecotourism project. And it found 13 different hazards for 8 different exposed parties, both indirect and direct, outside of the project boundary, upstream and downstream as well. And the result of the framework was the suggestion of different risk mitigation measures that could be put in place, such as reducing invasive species and planting endemic flora, to promoting the environmental education in the local community, working with tourism operators and local regulators to ensure that biodiversity net gain and increase different metrics here. So just moving on beyond adaptation, due to the fact that we all recognise that we have a climate and a biodiversity emergency, we recognise the need to scale beyond, again, just a project-by-project basis. And so the fund requirements are really just one answer to this, but we're also exploring how we can advance metrics, advance impact at a larger scale as well. So we're working with IUCN, with Matthias, on MBS approaches, and we're also working beyond this to landscape solutions as well. And we've talked a little bit about biodiversity over the last day or so, and we're also, at Gold Standard, we're looking to develop new methodologies, new metrics for advancing biodiversity impacts and promoting greater investment into conservation, regeneration, and repair. So biodiversity metrics and impacts, you can claim using them. It's a complicated issue, but we're working to develop new tools, new assessments to reduce the complexity of this and enable investment into this sector. So lastly, in order to scale this biodiversity investment, as well as MBS landscapes, supply chains and funds, we need to reduce the complexity. And we can do this by investing in new tools such as remote sensing, proxy-based methodologies, direct measurement methodologies, but we also need to start looking at impact in a holistic way as we do in SCF, and not just looking at nature as a silo, climate as a silo, adaptation as a silo. We need to think about investment into impact in a more holistic way. Are you going to go through questions?
Thank you, Caitlin. That was very informative as well. That's what made I learn quite a new things here. So we'll have now some time for questions and clarifications, but let me maybe first shoot you a couple of questions to break the ice here, and then we open it for the rest of the participants, and just catching up on where you finish, talking about breaking the silos and going to more integrated approaches to develop impact funds. How do you think this can be developed in a way that is more harmonized and less isolating silos?
Yeah, I think too often or not when we have SDG targets, so SCF obviously has its own SDG targets, and we forget to think about the co-benefits that can be had as well, and because they're not a target, they're not considered in the investment decision. But things like adaptation, which are obviously we've talked about being quite hard to finance publicly and privately as well, because the impact is so far in the future that you can't see it right now. We can combine adaptation with nature-based solutions, and we can use ecosystem services as adaptation risk mitigation measures. So combining two principles, nature and adaptation, to produce an overall more positive impact. And looking at impact at a landscape level, where there are different actors, different corporates who are working within the same landscape, but too often or not, they don't talk to each other, they don't talk about the risks that they're facing and the potential to have more positive impact if they work together rather than apart.
I think this is very, very interesting discussion. Cecilia, you talked to us a lot about the eligibility and the development of the process and how a project goes through the pipeline. But there are also projects that don't make it and are not accepted. Well, what's the most common reasons why projects are rejected, and how the fund can help them to turn bankable or eligible in the future?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Matthias. I mean, We received, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of projects that are not eligible. I would say probably 90% of the projects that we receive are not eligible. I think one of the main reasons is actually usually they're not commercially viable. Those are great ideas, but the business plan behind it is not there. And this is not something that we can cover in the context of the SCF. Often, unfortunately, it's still the case for nature-based solution project where it's been difficult to really create a good business model. So we are super keen to see the development in that, because we would love to see more NBS projects make it through the pipeline. Sometimes also in the way impact is measured, the way the project developers see impact being measured doesn't meet the criteria set by gold standard. So we are often able, though, to go back. We'll give feedback for those projects that met all of the other criteria. If there's discussion around the impact measuring, we're able to identify how they can improve that. Some of the projects also that would receive some of the pre-visibility studies, they can also use this market or legal study or this environmental and social impact assessment to see some of the gaps that they have. So those are some that we know they're definitely not investable, but they show a potential impact. The studies can really help improve the system.
Thank you a lot. So we have like an additional 20 minutes, and we'd like to open now the floor to the participants for clarifications or specific questions, as well as to the virtual audience. We have a participant in the Cambodia. Please introduce yourself before.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Hamau from Cambodia. I have one question and one clarification from Cecilia. First, on your project on aquaculture in Indonesia, you plan to restore mangrove around 13 hectares, and you expect that 1 hectare it absorb around 900 tons. But we also have experience in Cambodia when we also restore mangrove, and we see the survival rate is very low. So I just want to get your experience how you manage with the survival rate, especially when we plan, we expect something happened, but in reality, it's different from what we expect, our expectation. So can you share your experience on that? And second, you have a project in Cambodia on solid waste management. I just get your clarification on the number of collected waste. You show like municipal waste 50 to 70% not collect. But to what I know, for municipal waste, I think almost 100% we collect except outside the municipal waste. So can you clarify this data? Thank you.
I understood the first question on the survival rate. I do not have the details, but this we can look into it. I can check with our environmental and social impact specialist if he has those. I mean, I know that we are doing a study really at the moment on the mangrove. I assume this would be something that is taking into consideration, but I don't want to give you numbers that I don't have, but certainly I can introduce you to our specialist in the team at Catalytic that can help understand. But I'm sure this is something that has been taken into consideration. Could you clarify your second question on waste? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Waste collection percentage, on your slide you show 50 to 70% not collected 2021.
Yeah.
Can you clarify your source? Because for municipal waste, mostly we collected. That's why I surprised with the number.
We can go back into the source. I do not know it by heart, but the source from our numbers are always scientific, but we can go back into it just after this if you want. I can look at the project in detail.
Do we have other questions? Other participants? Do we have anyone from the virtual participants?
Peter's question.
Just on the certification process, and I think one of the things is it's a necessary evil, but it takes time and it's also expensive on some of these projects. But I mean, maybe I don't know if you can speak to this, but maybe some of the innovation, whether or not some of the portions of it get automated, or reducing the expenses that really scale this. I mean, not to but there are some people that kind of are the bottleneck is the certification side of things for these different projects. So maybe just comment on like what's been happening, or that's been streamlined, or is there technologies out there to help you?
Yeah, so one of the ways that we've reduced the cost and the resources and the burden for certification in the fund requirements, rather than in a carbon credit project, you obviously have to certify the performance, the impacts of each individual project, and you have to get a third party to do this, and that costs quite a lot of money to verify and certify that. In the portfolio requirements, this is done across the portfolio, and it's a risk-based sample of each investment rather than going and auditing on-site each investment. So there's a cost reduction there if the impact you want at the end of it is a claim rather than a tradable asset. And then in terms of the technologies that we're using as well, obviously the technologies are funded by Gold Standard as an NGO, and they are designed to reduce the time as well as the cost for project developers and investees. So there's a lot of digitization going on. So rather than applying several requirements in an annex of a document, we've converted it into a tool that can be used by a project developer to reduce the time, the cost, and the burden on them, as well as different new technologies for remote sensing that can use greater satellite imageries rather than a project developer having to pay X amount to actually get good graphics to actually ensure that no deforestation has taken place. What are the different trees that have been planted, things like that. So we're always working to reduce the cost, because that is obviously a massive factor and a barrier to investment in nature specifically as well.
Thank you, Caitlin. Do we have other questions in the back in the Cambodia delegation?
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Supet from Cambodia. I have one question related to the eligible entity that could apply for the SCF. You have been mentioned the country. There are any specific requirement entity that would be applied for the fund, like government or the civil society or the private partner as well, from your side? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. They are all eligible to submit project. Actually, I think there's one criteria that was missing, because even if it's a project that is submitted by a private entity, they will need to have what we call the mandate letter from the local authorities. It's just a letter where that says that the project is endorsed and accepted by the local authorities. But all projects are welcome. Do you have a follow-up question?
Just clarify what you mean by local authority. Who is that?
So local authorities, they can be the mayor office or the ministry, but usually at the city level or regional level can be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions in the audience? Well, if not, I think we can close the session, and we'll be back at 4 with the last session that's going to be moderated by Jaime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So please kindly be seated. We are nearing the end of the second day, and this session we are about to have should be an exciting one because it tries to summarize and encapsulates also what has been discussed in the past 2 days. I know our moderator will be inviting some participants also from previous dialogues, discussions to also join her so that we have a really comprehensive view in terms of what's next, what actions we can do collectively next to really scale up investment on NBS in the region, how to really develop projects for the pipelines of SCF and so on. So without further ado, I would like to invite my colleague, Jaylan Melebates, Senior Program Coordinator of NBS Finance from the IUCN Enterprise and Investment Team, to take the floor to lead the roundtable on an open discussion on what's next. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Anshuman, and welcome back everybody for this last session of this last day. So I hope people still have some energy, because we're going to need energy. As Satrio, sorry, I called Satrio Anshuman again. I'm so sorry. I know the difference. It's a lack of caffeine this afternoon. I'm sorry. As Satrio mentioned, this final session is really meant to be, it was designed really as a dialogue between public and private sectors, but also more openly all of you. So it's less talking from me and more exchanges between my esteemed panelists, who I'm going to invite up shortly, and all of you on what next from the discussions of this morning. So I would like to invite back, excuse me for the pronunciations. I have somebody who, I'm somebody with a difficult name to pronounce, but Vibunrit Long, thank you so much. Devendra Narayan, Mohammed Zainul Abidin. We have online Malik Nyang and Samantha Rabin, I believe. Do we have online participants? Peter Kennedy, and also online, hopefully, Christophe Forcinetti. Wonderful. So I'm going to start just with a quick recap, because we've had a long day and we've had as well a session on tools and metrics and project pipeline in between. And I had a slide, I think, to be put up just on the enabling environment, which this slide, actually, I created it when I first started at IUCN, just after I started 10 months ago at IUCN. Because from the point of view as an ex-banker, an ex-fintech entrepreneur, and as an Egyptian, really looking through those lenses at the challenges that are ongoing globally. And really, you know, when you look at the reports that are out there, so we got to a point where we knew that there are financing gaps. We know how much it is that we need, but nobody was discussing the root causes. And those are the things that we need to tackle. And so it really pleased me today, I think the sessions earlier, that really spoke very, very, very strongly to that. And it's the enabling environment that we need to tackle, both from a regional but also global perspective as well. So just to kind of resume, for me, I did the slide back in the first quarter of this year, and I really kind of, the enabling environment for me is set into three parts. There's this policy part. So if we think about what we spoke about this morning, Policy, so key risks. So one of those risks that need to be managed are fiscal risks, monetary risks. So when we're talking about investment and returns, we're looking at interest rates, right? So how are those managed within a country in order to make it attractive for investors to come in? But it's also about, we were discussing as well about country risk, right? And credit ratings and that affecting the cost of capital as well. Climate insurance policy that is required. So actually insurance is an important other stakeholder that actually hasn't been mentioned, but is really, really important to mention. Because I'm sure as my investment peers will agree that if assets are not being insured and they're not being valued, therefore they're stranded assets and those are write-offs, those are losses. Exposure to climate risk. The fact that concessionary capital allows for subsidized returns, which allows for more innovative solutions. We need innovation. And there are certain sectors, we think about the energy sector, that attracts investors pretty easily, but you have others like waste, water management, financial inclusion, agriculture. Those are key focus sectors for which capital raising is systematically problematic. We speak about the sustainable infrastructure, so really, how do we have strong financial systems that are robust and not dysfunctional as they currently are? Financial markets, by their very nature, rely on transparency, but also trust. Trust is a big, big word. So we need robust regulatory frameworks in order to entice and maintain private sector engagement that takes on board the key lessons to address the most pressing ongoing challenges. We heard that practical enforcement of the theory is still lacking. And the legal frameworks, Peter, you mentioned, land rights are really important when we're talking about agriculture projects and other types of projects as well. But those legal frameworks are also about affording investors confidence in knowing there is recourse to them. Because as investors, at some point, you want to maybe sell out of your, especially if you're talking about foreign investors. So what legal recourse and what financial recourse is there? Is there liquidity in those markets as well? Those are important considerations. Harmonized accounting systems globally. How do we create bankable projects and overcome the challenge of their seed stage size? So I wrote technology sandboxes because given my background, but really, the role of accelerators. So I know, for example, I participated almost a year ago in a North Africa Southern Mediterranean discussion around the role of accelerators. And so in my other native Egypt, for example, the central bank, they actually have accelerators, either technology sandboxes or otherwise that promote projects that are actually focusing on the most challenging problems of the country. Financial inclusion, for example, is one of them. So that's something maybe to bear in mind. And how do we promote entrepreneurship? Also, it was raised, MSMEs that we just spoken about are hugely overlooked, despite the fact that they are the backbone of any economy. So how do we get financing to them and the smallest projects? And then in terms of collaboration, there's a disconnect between public and private finance, which should be complementary to each other. We heard that peer-to-peer opportunities are important in order to learn from counterparties on private sector projects. And how do we increase awareness and capacity building? How do we reframe discussions to be better understood also that local is also global and global and not over there? I want to I'm going to, like I said, this is not about me or hearing my voice, so I'm going to open up the discussion. And also, we've got our colleagues online. I saw there was, could we maybe also bring up our online colleagues and keep them there so that they also don't get forgotten about and seen? There we go. Hello, Malik and Sabine. Hello. Nice to see you guys. Let's start off. Some of the projects and some of the sectors, you touched on this earlier, Peter, and maybe as well, I'll open it up. And this is supposed to be a dialogue, so open as well to the floor. But to maybe start, we were talking about, the fact that some sectors are easier than others. The ones that are difficult and more challenging, effectively, what is your ask of the rest of the stakeholders in order to make it easier to invest in
agriculture or financial inclusion or so on and so forth.
So I think again, as we talked about a little bit, there's already proven, as we talked about, sectors, right? And it's clean energy, and a lot of those are already established. But even within certain geographies, those aren't as established. So the regulations are still not there, and to go into some of these emerging markets, there's still a lot of uncertainty, whether it's interfacing with the PLN or there's some technical barriers for that. I think the other areas in agriculture and some of those are still again, land rights are important. There's also some of the regulations of bringing in maybe biopesticides, biofertilizers that were the regulatory process. We're seeing that are still pretty cumbersome in certain markets to get in some of these new products or new initiatives. So the ask is, I guess, more transparency for that, and I think those are more market driven. I think where you get into adaptation and I think there's still the business model. When there's fringe pilot cases, the entire business model is just not there yet. But I think again, that's more of a joint venture of pursuing that.
Anybody have a remark? This is your discussion, guys, not mine.
Okay, you raised a lot of issues, and most of it, would be covered by other ministry and other authority. But I'll just cover those that is under the central bank remits, which is the banking sector at the moment as a banking supervisor and regulator. So what we're trying to do is create enabling environment, as I alluded to earlier, which is providing clear direction with the roadmap on sustainable finance development and taxonomy. This is a very important piece of what we call public soft infrastructure, putting a clear definition on what is a green project so that banks can allocate to the right ones, avoiding greenwashing, building credibility with investor as well. So, as a regulator, we do this, major piece of regulation rather than a project-by-project approach, which is up to the banks to do. So this is what we're working on in terms of mitigation, but adaptation, I mentioned, is a new area of focus because this is a more immediate pressing need. Cambodia being vulnerable, we need financing for this. And as I mentioned, it's harder for us to raise blended finance, finance for adaptation, which usually would come through blended finance. And right now, blended finance is a fairly new area. You always have customization. You have a de-risking tool, which require a lot of paperwork and computation. What we really need in order to scale, right, in terms of blended finance, is build, more, a structure or modular structure which can be replicated everywhere. A model for financing, adaptation. So we don't want a lot of customization because it would take up a lot of effort and time. We really need a standardized approach to this. That's what I would, look for the private sector to do.
Okay. From Reserve Bank of Fiji, when it comes to climate change related issues, we have been mostly supporting post-disaster rehabilitation works. We haven't really been into adaptation and mitigation. Right now, at this stage, we are doing studies. We are now getting into it, and there are plans to actually have certain groups within the Reserve Bank to specifically look into it. But apart from that, it was basically research. So when we created special lending facilities whenever there is a natural disaster. This is for specific target areas. And like, for example, if the Nadi town had flooding, Nadi is where we have our international airport and tourism. So we would open a special lending facility for 6 months just to assist businesses recover. Right? So those were the kinds of activities that we were doing. But now, since adaptation and mitigations are core things that the country is focusing on. So we are now going into that direction. But apart from, so that will be something that will be a side thing from central bank. But because we are one of the leading institutions in Fiji, I think it is, governors think that it is an important area for us to focus on. Otherwise, we'll just continue to focus on monetary policy, financial stability, financial inclusion, and all those things, which has been happening. But if we ignore these things have, in the long term, it does impact financial stability. If something affects economy and financial sector, then we need to take that seriously. I think now we are going into that trend.
Thank you. From our side, perhaps I just want to echoing what Peter said, that not many climate project such as like wind power plant in Indonesia is successful because the wind in Indonesia cannot provide sufficient electricity in some areas. So there is a geographical factor and then limitation in some area. So we also have limited resources in government side. So I think to choose whether it is easier or hard is essential for our side as government. So I think we need to reconsider what is what has the most impact to the local communities, to the government, to the wider stakeholders, and to global stakeholders itself. So I think we need to set the priority, whether it is hard, but we should do it. But if there is no urgency to do it, so we need to like find another source of funding, something like that. And then we also do the incentive as a government. We incentivize the local government if there's a company or sector or stakeholders who wants to do the climate project, the local government can give them incentive by maybe reducing the taxes, the levies that maybe give them like incentive, something like that. And for the last thing, we want to like blend our finance, because we have limited state budget allocation. So we want to maximize our state budget by doing in a program, doing more like in a program rather than allocation in a micro sector, something like we want to make a ecosystem of climate projects. So we focus on that program rather than every department or every ministerial have a separate budget, something like that.
Okay. There are three things that kind of from the discussion so far, and that I want to kind of either touch on three different ones. So you talk about taxonomy, and there are a lot of taxonomies. So again, like harmonization. So kind of understanding what work there is to be done on that, because from an investment perspective, you know, especially for more global investors, I imagine having to follow different regimes is also very complicated. You touched on bureaucracy, the difficulties that is a hurdle for blended finance. It would be good to elaborate more on that. Is that coming from institutions like the demands of institutions like the GCF and others, or where is the bureaucracy hurdle happening? Like, how can we unlock? And Peter, you mentioned transparency. So just understanding more where in the process the transparency needs to be unlocked from as well. And obviously bringing in GCF colleagues, and I'd like to open as well, this is a discussion for everybody here as well in the room.
So to address your question on taxonomy, this is, you know, probably the most important piece of document, you know, to enable sustainable finance, right? And so we do have ASEAN taxonomy, which, you know, Cambodia is also a part of. But we think there's a need for a national taxonomy which can account for national circumstances better. We want it to be practical. We don't want a taxonomy that is too strict like what the EU would have. This would not be practical in the Cambodian case. I want something that is still credible for investor. That's why throughout this process of taxonomy drafting, we consult with investor as well, and definitely happy to hear about your view on what a taxonomy should be like. We did go around speaking to investor. So national taxonomy, something that account for national circumstances, credible but practical. This is what we are drafting. And in terms of blended finance, I touch on not about bureaucracy, but blended finance will be more complicated. You have a lot of tools, de-risking tool, guarantee, FX risk hedging, interest rate hedging, to ensure that you are able to structure in the way where you can allow banks, for us in our respective banks, to be involved, because these are the more conservative capital, right? So you need to de-risk the project before they can be involved. And in terms of de-risking activity, you put in a lot of effort. Yeah, it's complicated. That's why we are looking for a more standardized approach to doing it, different tools, so that this is so that things can be scaled up more quickly rather than going project by project. It's very time consuming. That's the problem with the finance right now.
Yeah, I'll leave. Yep.
Yeah, I think you step back, and when I first came back to Asia, one of the things we looked at, and this has changed obviously a little bit, but if you looked at what China did, it was like they'd have a 5-year plan, and you'd actually go out there and pick through the 5-year plan and figure out where you wanted to invest, right? Because that was where they were kind of pushing that transparency, and I quote unquote transparency towards that, but it really set up like, okay, these are the themes that we're going to invest along. So these are the priorities and it actually got a lot of the private sector involved in that positioning. And I think that's important because it's important for private capital to know transparency. And I'll give you an example. We're investing in a company in India, fantastic, it's called HealthPoint, which built out these little kind of healthcare units in rural India. It had fresh water services, and it had this is back to 12, 14 years ago. So it had a telecommute. It was a fantastic portion. But the Indian government got a little embarrassed and actually started overbuilding these. So it was actually a great thing for society, but from a business model, it was actually, it was kind of a complete dud. So it actually is important that you understand whether it's waste management. If you're investing in waste management and regulation is going to change for waste management, it just leaves a little bit more uncertainty that you're going to position that. So I think part of this is you don't want to be too prescriptive, but you also want to have some clear where are the pain thresholds for the country, and everybody's going to have different things, whether it's adaptation or energy, or for waste, but it would be helpful to bring, I think that's where we can help. On the private side is actually sit down with you and say, this is the menu of capital, pools of capital, from concessionary to guarantees to VC to seed, and this is what we've seen. So, involving early on, a lot of these groups, I think is important as well.
We're walking away with already an action. That is so cool. That's more than what I even imagined for this session. Thank you. Amazing. Awesome. To bring in our GCF colleagues, Malik and Sabina, sorry, Samantha, I don't know if you want to weigh in on anything that you have heard thus far.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Jay. I think part of the things that we're hearing can further be echoed, but maybe to kind of reset the context, what we've noted over the past decade, and if you go back into history and looking at climate crisis or climate change, one of the great things that we're witnessing these days is governments improving their respective policies around climate. But to achieve green growth and tackle the climate change, private sector is paramount. without private sector hand in hand with governments, because the respective governments, of course, always have different type of constraints, and budget tend to be limited at times. So while putting all of those efforts, we do see from the GCF perspective that that private sector has a huge role to play. And again, from where we're standing, speaking of the GCF role, and with our like-minded institution, the JEF, the SCF, the MDBs we are working with, the accredited entities, how we do engage with the NDAs, and all the work that we are doing the base of the pyramid at various levels is really to ensure that the right level of financing based on the resources that we have is channeled through the right type of project. And that's again why we are working closely with IUCN, with biggest capital advisor, and all of our accredited entities is to meet some of those targets. But the GCF on its own cannot do it all. When you look at the other like-minded investor, they cannot do it also on their own. So that's where it's really important to catalyze and join our forces to ensure that we are paving the way to increase the volume of private sector financing. And then again, a few things very important there, because I've been hearing our co-panelists talking about de-risking. And yes, of course, blended financing. Yes, how we can be further innovative. But what I would probably challenge some of the panelists is to see how we can do more together, how we can increase, again, the climate impact. And that's where I think the upcoming years' work will be, doing that heavy lifting, better coordination, making sure that we do speak the same language, because there's a lot of money available out there in various asset classes, a lot of money going here and there. But typically, when you hear private sector folks, and I'm sure our great colleagues at Pegasus will tell you that, when they're looking at investment project, bankability, you would invest because there's obviously potential economic return. But at the same time, part of their mandate is to be an impact investor. They're also there for the impact. And the two, if we are being fair, are going hand in hand. If you want to meet greater climate impact, the project have to be self-sustainable. Because if it's a one and off and all of a sudden everything collapses, how do you sustain those impacts going forward? So that's again a great conversation to be had, and very happy to be part of this group. But I would be a bit provocative with our co-panelists. What do we do next? How can we increase our efforts going forward?
Who wants to respond to provocation? Actually, there are a couple of things I think that came out of what Malik, we were just saying right now, and I think my question would be maybe to Peter, but if Vibundrit, you have a weigh in as well, and maybe Devendra. Do you think, from what you've seen, your experience, that maybe, I'm putting my banking hat on here, private finance investors or private sector is too short-termist still in its thinking? Is there a mindset shift that is required to be a bit more longer term and a bit more patient with seeing also returns and therefore the proper impacts? Or is that an incorrect perception?
I think it really varies, and I think your traditional VCs and impact are a typical 10-year life. So it's a 3-year, 4-year or investment horizon, and then another 4 or 5-year hold period, which in some sectors is okay, but in ag and water are probably too short. So we are seeing some innovative models like AquaSpark in the aquaculture area, which is like a perpetual fund, which has a longer life cycle. So we're seeing different models in the institutional side. I do think, and this is a pool of capital in the family office side is very, a lot of these family offices are very patient because this is something near and dear to them. And some of the family offices, which are getting quite large, more institutional, are taking a longer term view. But I think generally for certain elements, and particularly for activity, it's probably timeline is still too short for that.
I think based on what I've observed from Fiji, I think I agree with Peter that it's basically mixed. Some institutions that I've been dealing with, they have long-term insights. But when I look at more private sector businesses, I do agree that to some extent they are short-sighted. You know, they are not able to see the bigger picture. They're too focused on profitability. I think right in day one we talked about tangible, intangible. They don't see the intangibles. They only see the tangible material things. But they don't realize that if they continue to ignore the signs that you are getting of the devastating impact of the climate change, and they don't come on board, then eventually in the long term everybody will suffer. So I think in that regard we have a bit of work to be done back home. We need to have more engagement with our different private sector, like we have different groups. We have commerce groups and manufacturers association and different kind of associations, even our unions and all that. So we need to have more engagement with them. And I think this kind of forum for us is a good start. We have a good blend of people from Fiji who are here, from different departments. We have agriculture, we have climate change, we have development bank, and Sarah from IUCN. And I think when we form these kind of networks and we are aware of what's available, then we can take it back to our leaders, our management team, and then push through how they can get support. You know, I think that's the point that I wanted to make this.
And do you find that when we're talking about investors, is there a difference as well between the more local investors as well versus more foreign investors in terms of the outlooks, in terms of their engagement, in terms of how they look at, they must understand the risks more. And I know like in the Pacific region is very, very specific, it's quite particular also. Is there a difference in how they approach? Because I imagine there's also challenges in terms of local investors who are also ideal, but it's also ideal, A, because they're investing in their own home, but it's also ideal for external partners coming in for the regulatory and legal landscape, right?
In terms of Fiji, I think most of the foreign investors that we have, they are long-term investors. They don't come in for short-term investments. We don't have short-term capital inflows and outflows depending on the exchange rate, because we have a fixed exchange regime, so and capital controls in place, so it restricts this kind of speculative investments. But generally we have seen that they are there to stay.
And to Mohammed and Vibunrit, I mean, do you guys have similar? I don't know what the Asia and Asia Pacific is new for me from a professional perspective, but is the environment the same as what Devendra has described in Indonesia and Cambodia?
Yeah, actually, we believe that the investment in climate, or I mean that the climate project in Indonesia should be sustained, because we know that we have a very large area to cover, and then we also have many people, 200 million people. So we think that with the limited budget of our state budget, it cannot be cover all of them, and then the impact of the climate itself can be dangerous for us. So I think the private sector should involve in this change, and then we also we believe that we cannot do it alone. So we need the experts, something like you guys, like the donors and the expertise of this climate, also with the fund. And then we need to learn fast, and we need to learn deeper what is the matching procedure, or the mechanism that can be implemented in our site, and then we can duplicate it. Maybe we can allocate it little by little in our state budget, so we can duplicate it or replicate it in our regions. And I believe that we need to do it with a consistent principle. We need to do it exponentially, so we can independently do it by our side.
Well, I'm not as close to the ground of this project to comment on that, but to answer to Malik's question on what's next, right? This is I'm just conveying message from things I've been hearing about people try to be accredited GCF members. What I hear is that the criteria can be very strict to a point of being impractical. So this project are not getting any funding at all because of understand that this is part of risk management procedure, but if it gets too much, nothing's get done. Sometimes you need to take the risk.
Malik or Samantha, would you like to respond to that?
Sure, I'll take a first dig if that's okay, and Samantha can obviously complement. No, I think we obviously hear that very humbly, and it's fair to obviously channel back some feedback to us in terms of what is working and what is not working in your view. And I personally tend to focus on what is not working because the aim is always to improve. Given the GCF model, because we're a partnership organization, we work both directly with countries, but also with various sets of sponsors, including what we would qualify as our accredited entity. Once they've gone through the accreditation process, and you have MDBs, you have private companies and other sets of players. But ideally, once again, and that's why we love this kind of engagement, because it's an opportunity for us to get that feedback in terms of what you feel as being a bit too stringent in terms of our criteria. At the end of the day, because we also do have stakeholders, our donor countries, our key stakeholders putting money into the GCF work. I'm sure some of you have heard that GCF is getting closer to finalizing its second replenishment. I think we're getting closer to 10 billion, which is quite immense in terms of amount. Of course, we are calling for more resources because combating climate, we need every support possible. But how do we do that? And again, I want to insist on that point around private sector financing. When you look at it traditionally, private sector monies has always been there, but they would invest maybe in more secure investment, if you will. If you have bond issuance AAA rated, it's always easier because you have, I would say, a profile in terms of investment that is less risky than investing into a very small company with no balance sheet, startup style, so on and so forth. So again, that's where we see our role because we can't address everything. And being very fair, we need to keep on building on that conversation. And I'm more than happy to take some of the discussion bilaterally to see how we can best engage, because from our division of country programming, our private sector facility, our division of mitigation and adaptation, we are working on various fronts. The other day, just for the anecdote, some colleagues were flying out to one of the African countries because we organize those regional dialogues. It's super well attended. We'll have the local NDAs, we have private sector players, we have some parties that want to be accredited. There's an opportunity. Of course, we do have some processes. We're trying to simplify, to improve, because there's a call for us to be much more efficient. If we were to accelerate, and that's the effort that the GCF is putting, we have to simplify the way we are working, but at the same time being an investor into the space. We do provide money. We also have to ensure that we are accountable in terms of what we're doing. So the risk element is always a fair conversation to have. So we cannot just put money because there's an idea. So we are more than happy to support concept. We have a grant and readiness program. We're more happy to find innovative ways to address what we're trying to do. We'll channel money through financial institutions, so trying to mainstream climate change, considering the financial system in the country where we're operating. We'll look at project finance, where we'll try to tailor life cycle concessional finance to the risk infrastructure project. Of course, climate funds and Pegasus, the global Subnational Climate Fund, is one of them. We have provided quite a big commitment, and we are working together with Pegasus to help them also to crowd in other investors and private players to add more money in terms of what we are doing. And to be, again, very clear, and that's the line of conversation that we have with our accredited entities. We are very good friends. Sometimes we would bump heads. There's an old saying from the African continent where I'm from that says that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. So working together, the increased partnership is really a fair conversation once again to have, address what is working, focus also and improving in terms of what is not working. And climate funds is one of those areas where the GCF is investing a lot of capital, and we are doing more. Climate markets as well, and climate innovation. So again, I mean, I could be talking because I'm so passionate about the space, about what we're trying to do. But let me just quickly pause here and maybe invite Samantha also to give you that side of the work that we're trying to do, working and trying to improve things with the respective NDAs and at the country level, what we are trying to do to push through to have better programming. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think you've really covered the vast majority of it. But really, I think the only thing that I was going to underscore is that, you know, the GCF is really, as he has mentioned, a country-driven organization. We really take that guidance from our national designated authorities, you know, streamlining down from their long-term strategies and their NDCs going forward. So that's really the roadmap that we and the guidance that we follow. I think, you know, looking forward into what we had mentioned, GCF2, which is from 2024 to 2027, I think we've definitely taken the feedback, you know, that we've heard today and from others before this on how we need to better streamline our processes, our procedures. And I think that's a really important point to be able to bring in the private sector, but also we've also heard this from our public sector partners as well. So at the end of the day, we share a common goal to be able to get financing to support countries, right? To bring climate action forward. That's really, you know, the overarching goal that we all have. So I think, you know, from a high level, our new executive director and the board have really made this clear that we have, you know, 11 strategic targets going forward across a wide variety of areas, not only country ownership, but also, you know, all of our results areas, looking forward into, you know, how we can support countries to access financing in a multitude of ways, as Malik had mentioned. So it's really thinking about being more accessible, simplifying our processes, and that's really our overarching goal. So, you know, at the crux of it, I do always encourage you, and I think that this is a great platform to do this, is to continue to speak with, you know, the country focal points that you have very early on. And I think it's great to have this engagement because then you're able to have those discussions on, you know, how to enter, you know, different countries and different markets. And I think it's also clearly an opportunity for a knowledge exchange. And so this is really encouraging to see that, you know, that you're able to share across countries and across, you know, partners. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha and Malik. I want to open up, I'm conscious that we are coming to the end of the session, and I think there's so much more. I have a lot more questions, and I think there's so much that we can say, and you know, there's a lot of passion coming from GCF colleagues, from colleagues here. But I want to open up to the floor as well, if anybody has had any remarks or comments on what has been said, or any of the challenges that you guys face as well in terms of what next, effectively, what is your ask of our peers here? Well, we're all here together, a multidisciplinary group. No one has any asks of anybody? Okay. I guess we can slowly start wrapping up. I will put my peers here a little bit in the spotlight. Well, Peter's already pledged that he's going to be speaking with Vibunrit on teaching about the different types of financial actors, and I guess the word that comes to mind, listening to Malik and Samantha as well, and conversations that we were having yesterday, is about the appropriateness of the financial mechanisms as well, bearing in mind, how do we also, for emerging economies, for developing economies, manage the debt burden as well, if that is a financing form. But I'll leave it to you guys. Something I'll give you, I think it will be nice to finish with one action that you're going to do coming away from here, and one ask of the audience as well. Who wants to start? Is this too much? Well, this is what next, so it's action. We've been talking for 2 days, so what are we going to do about it all?
Samantha and my co-panelists are happy to kickstart first. So what I will probably say is, not just as a general stance, but I think we can all agree that there's a need for increased partnership. We know that speaking with our NDAs and accredited entities, at times there seems to be a bit of disconnect in understanding or having a better grasp at private sector. So again, the GCF role, not only as a convening power into the climate space, we have funding obviously available, although it is not necessarily always easy, but we are more than happy as a key takeaway to provide information where required. But what we would be calling for as a very big takeaway is to increase the partnership, between the NDAs and the AEs, and make sure that ecosystem at the country level work better together, because there's such a big opportunity to ensure that we do speak the same language, we understand some of the requirements that the private sector folks might have, and ensure that we prepare, we design, we structure projects to the best of standard. So we can obviously help in the risking. We can ensure that we have the right level of support, especially when you have in your respective economies and countries, through your respective governments, all of those public policies are public sector enabled and private sector driven, I would say. I'll stop here. Thanks.
Maybe I would just comment, one of the motivation why I'm here is, when I look at the agenda, it says blended finance, and this is really an area that, it's still new for us. It's still an area we want to develop our expertise in, and to come here to, to meet people who are directly involved in structuring these deals, it's, it helps a lot. But of course, I wouldn't, fix this problem in 1 or 2 days that I'm here. Of course, the conversation will continue with some of the peers here later about, how Cambodia can, develop a structure for blended finance that, that's more structured, more modular, in a way that can be easily scaled up and replicated across projects. That's really my motivation of, for blended finance, of why I'm here. So happy to continue the conversation with peers.
That's a nice motivation and goal.
Similar to what my colleague has stated, my intention was the same, to come here and take as much information as I can. And when I go back, I'm planning to put up a report as part of my back to office. And it is, this time it is not going to be a simple report. It's going to be a bit detailed because I need to feed my executive management team and deputy governor and governors on the importance of this this workshop that we have attended, and what are some of the steps that we can take in order to continue work on, and then I'll try to put in how the central bank can take part and assist our colleagues who are already doing a wonderful job in this area. And one ask is to continue the wonderful work that we have been doing with different ministries, Department of Environment, Agriculture, FDB. We continue working with them, and we'd like to thank SCF, IUCN, and the consortium for supporting us all throughout. And before I end, I just wanted to also highlight some of the things that we are already doing. One of the requirements for the central bank is to report under the Climate Change Act is for the financial institutions to start reporting on these climate change mitigation measures that they are taking and adaptation measures. So we are working with one of the partners to come up with a template for them to report. And we are also working on taxonomy. I think that will clear a lot of doubt and try to get more engagement from private sector on this. So work is progressing in that front.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps we already discussed a lot with our team in Indonesia, and also during the workshop here, we report to our college and our leaders in Indonesia as well. And I believe they have a positive response, since we still need many funding mechanism, many creative funding mechanism that can be absorbed to do the climate project in Indonesia. And currently we also try to gather many information, and then we compare it to our current regulation, which is whether this kind of new modality can be infused directly to Indonesian environment, or we should make some adjustment and call another related ministries to sit together to solve the problem, because we kindly acknowledge that we need to talk more about the taxation mechanism, since we believe that the equity and the revenue side has a taxation impact in this matter. And we are looking forward to do more discussion with the sponsors and other related institutions, something like that. Thank you.
Can we have a
I jumped the queue, but I'll go on to the other one. But I think stepping back from this, I think we've a broken record on a little bit of transparency. But I think from as an investor's perspective, if you look at the public markets, it's all about having information. And again, you'll take two variables are not solved for, you'll get a lot of public money. 3 variables, you may get private equity. 5 variables, you may get blended finance money, and 3 variables are only answered, you'll get philanthropic money, right? So the more transparency, the more issues that are resolved, the broader the bucket is for financing moving forward. But I do think it's really helpful. It's come out is really prioritizing what are the initiatives for each individual country, and then sometimes you can backfill of what the right product is to get you to that level. So I think it's prioritize what's important, what are the new initiatives for the next 3-5 years, and then I think there's partners around the grouping that can help you think through what's the right capital mix or different financing solutions.
Wonderful. And it's apparently enough time in Switzerland means that I become more Swiss than Arabic with my timing. I guess from an IUCN perspective, I had the privilege of bringing across our economists all the way from Washington, D.C., so we're going to be sitting down with our colleagues here over the next couple of days and looking how we can strengthen the projects that are happening here in the region. as well. So thank you, Matthias. We have tomorrow that continues, so we've invited you all, and if you haven't signed up, one-on-one discussions with each one of the consortium partners on the questions that you have on how we can be working together in next steps and strengthening our partnerships together. On Friday, we've got a dedicated day in Jakarta. So I know that there are going to be discussions happening there, kind of in a more closed-door environment with your colleagues, so with you and Mohammed and your colleagues as well in Indonesia, and I think some project developers as well. And I guess from an SCF consortium perspective, consortium partners, so whether Pegasus, Catalytic, Gold Standard, and ourselves, our doors are always open for discussions ongoing with all of you. So I'm conscious of the time. We've got a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to take this opportunity. Now this is the last session. I hope that we haven't drained too much energy from everybody now for the last 2 days, but it's been a very productive, I hope that you will all agree, and really fruitful 2 days that we've spent here together, and that you've connected well with each other, because collaboration is really ultimately key. We look forward to continuing the discussions with you. So I'd like to thank all of you for having flown across from nearer and much further as well to be here with us and to have had these exchanges with us. To our virtual colleagues as well, to Malik and Samantha, and of course thank George as well. Thank you so much. It's been really enriching having you here from the GCF, and I think it's very important, and I hope that you've also benefited from this exchange, and we'll continue, I know, discussions as well altogether. Before I hand over to Satrio and to give the mic to my colleague Anshuman for the final close, I just like to take time just to do my own personal thanks. So again, to the staff and all the IT and technical colleagues who've made these 2 past days very seamless for everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you to my IUCN regional colleagues for helping expedite in very short time. As you all know, because you only had the invitations in a very short period of time. So it's been really successful, and so that's thanks to all of you. Thank you to my consortium partners as well for supporting, also Cecilia, Caitlin, Laurel, and Peter for being here and supporting us. And a special thank you, I have to say, to my colleague Shizuka, who carried the organization of this workshop on her own, because I was very busy on a lot of other also very important business. You've done a fantastic job, so thank you so much. So a round of applause. And I'll hand over to Satrio now. Thank you all so much.
Much, Jelan, and also to all the panelists for the very interactive, very engaging session, and definitely thank you so much, Jelan, for your leadership. Without your leadership, we won't be here today, sharing lessons learned and best practices and so on. So yeah, thank you to all of you, for being here. But I won't be the one who's actually giving the last remarks, because that honor actually goes to my colleague. So initially, another colleague, Rakib, who's was supposed to be here to give the workshop closing keynote, cannot make it. So we are actually asking another colleague whom you are familiar with by now. You've seen him several times, Anshuman, to give some closing keynote remarks. So yeah, please, Anshuman, over to you, and you can officially close the 2-day sessions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Satrio. this workshop, which I think has been quite overdue, should have possibly happened a year ago, has been a great experience personally for me, a learning experience, and also in terms of how we move ahead. And I think we've heard some of what needs to be done in the last session, which Jelan basically moderated. If I may quickly go through, I'm not going to spend too much time giving my comments because I have to catch a boat at 5:30. So I have to finish in 10 minutes, otherwise I will miss my boat, just to let you know. And I'm sure you have other things to do this evening as well. So yesterday we started out by hearing some of the very senior representatives of IUCN, Government of Royal Thai Government, as well as ADB, setting the context and referring to the financing needs for climate and biodiversity. That was followed by an introduction by the SCF consortium partners, Laurel and Caitlin from Gold Standard, Cecile from Catalytic Finance Foundation, and Peter from Pegasus, as well as our IUCN colleagues, Jelan and Shizuka-san. Then we had presentations and introduction to what this SCF program is all about, both in terms of the SCF fund itself, the blended financing facility, as well as the technical assistance facility. That was followed by open dialogue where there was a moderated session involving NDA representatives from all three countries. Some from Fiji, we had Madam Shrilin Hassan from the Office of the Prime Minister. From Indonesia, we had, I think, Pak Priyono from Bapenas, who probably is busy at the moment. And then from Cambodia, we had Dr. Mao Hak. And it was a very interesting session where they clearly identified some of the priorities and challenges. Then we finished the day with, I was not part of the river cruise, so I really apologize. So I didn't finish the day with the river cruise. So we finished the day with IUCN colleagues, Katie from our office here in Bangkok, presenting on IUCN's work in terms of NBS, supporting the priorities of our state members, government agency members, and government partners of countries that are not state members, which are very few at the moment. Indonesia is one important country where we actually don't have a state member, but we have government agency. And then my colleague here, Sarah Tawaka, presenting Oro's work in terms of supporting countries in the Pacific, in terms of the NBS, as well as other biodiversity conservation and climate change priorities. And colleague Chandet Hom presenting on IUCN Cambodia's support. All this was to identify how exactly our colleagues could position themselves to support some of the TA-related activities. And then you had the river cruise, which unfortunately I couldn't join. I heard it was a very good experience. And then we started today, after having taken stock of what were the priorities and challenges, with actually understanding or identifying some of the actions in terms of addressing climate change and nature-based solutions in the Asia Pacific. So we had a moderated session in the morning involving three central bank / fiscal policy agencies. We had Mr. Vibunrit Long from Cambodia, National Bank of Cambodia. We had Mohammed Zainul Abedin from BKF, Fiscal Policy Agency, and we had Devendra Narayan from the Reserve Bank of Fiji. And then we heard about some of the actions that have been taken, including the Blue Bond, and we heard from Indonesia on Sukuk, etc. as well as then we were joined by Malik Nyang from GCF and George from the private sector facility. Speaking of basically introducing the private sector facility to see how exactly it could develop synergies with the SCF in terms of, addressing the climate priorities of the countries. That was followed by a moderated session moderated by Cecilia, involving Peter from Pegasus, basically in terms of what the private sector is doing. So Pegasus's pipeline of bankable deals related to climate change and NBS, as well as Christophe Forcinetti of Obor Capital, who's based in Cambodia, of the work in the Mekong region, primarily focused on Cambodia. And then we had a very active Q&A following that. Then we started the afternoon session with, led by my colleague, Matias Piaggio, from Uruguay actually, and we were discussing football before that. And he was joined, basically presenting case studies and tools. Matthias presented the global nature-based solution standard, NBS standard, as well as some of the work around SEEAs and natural capital valuation, etc., which could be part of the TA suite of solutions. And then we're joined by Caitlin and Cecile from Gold Standard and Catalytic Finance Foundation. Sorry, I at times I forget, and I'm about to say Catalytic Finance Foundation. It's quite a mouthful. And then we had a very active Q&A. Then all of this culminated into an excellent, brilliantly moderated session by Jelan, bringing together all the discussants, except for, I think, Christophe Forcinetti, who was not available, to basically identify what could be the actions going forward in terms of SCF and in terms of, making sure that the SCF is effective in addressing the national priorities and also in terms of leveraging or channelizing smart climate and NBS financing, as we heard from the ADB country director and head of NBS finance. So now I have the honor and privilege of actually, after having summarized this session, giving a vote of thanks, starting with the representatives who have traveled all the way from the countries. First of all, we are extremely grateful to the delegation from Fiji, led by the NDA, which is the Office of the Prime Minister, and also representatives from the IUCN State Member Representative, Ministry of Environment, and the Fiji Reserve Bank of Fiji, and the Fiji Development Bank, which is a direct access entity, and with whom we are also exploring collaboration along with the NDA. And then the second furthest, if I may go in terms of distance, is we are extremely grateful to the government of Indonesia, the delegation led by Eko, who I had the privilege of meeting here, and I'm sure we'll continue our discussions on many different initiatives, including the country-specific projects we have in Indonesia in the pipeline. And also from Bapenas, Papriono, and from the Ministry of Home Affairs, I really apologize, I forgot the gentleman's name. And then last but not the least, from the IUCN State Member Royal Cambodian Government, with the largest delegation, led by Ministry of Environment, Mr. Ma Chansetia, who I always benefit from interacting with, and I've met over several meetings, Dr. Mao Hak, Climate Change Director, and then National Bank of Cambodia, and one direct access entity, NCDSS, National Commission for, please excuse me for not being able to elaborate the acronym, and one direct access entity in the waiting, which is the Agricultural Bank for Rural Development Cambodia, if I understand correctly. And then I'd like to thank some of the other partner representatives who have stayed here, especially South Pole. Kun Uttarat and Priyanka, thank you very much for lasting through these 2 days. And I think you've also explored bilateral collaboration. Then I'd like to go over to the online participants, especially our GCF colleagues, for whom now it's quite late in the evening. Malik and Samantha, thank you very much. Then definitely the entire IUCN team, including our colleagues from headquarters, Jaylan, Shizuka, San, Matthias. Then our team here, as in Satrio, has been phenomenal in helping organize this workshop. I've just been sitting back and following the emails and doing nothing. Then Kun Rosa, who has helped with all the logistics. And then you have Dedu, who has actually helped bring together this audiovisual and IT team. Who we'll also express our gratitude, led by Kun Tawachai, and all his colleagues. And the finance and admin support, Kun Perch, who has left now, and Kun Nantia. I hope I'm not missing anybody. Definitely the hotel staff, because I think they have also been very helpful. Basically, I think this is just a start. So we really look forward to supporting the climate financing and NBS priorities of our state members, as well as our soon-to-be state member, a very important government agency member, which is the government of Indonesia. So please feel free to reach out to us. I know you're having bilateral discussions, but we here in the IUCN Asia office are at a, I wouldn't say more approachable, but equally approachable, but closer to you, and be able to address any concerns you have and any other issues you have. Thank you very much. Please enjoy Bangkok while you are here. Please enjoy Thailand, and hope to see you in the future, very soon in the future. Thank you very much. Jelan? I apologize if I missed out anybody.
Thank you, Anshuman. I just want to remind people, so I know it reads, so tomorrow there is actually, we'll be here together as well in the morning for breakout sessions according to themes, and then in the afternoon, the sessions that you have signed up for are more kind of one-to-one. So we've got